Hooray!
And we're live, yes.
Awesome, here we are.
Wonderful.
Took a little bit. Sorry about being late, but now we're back again, and we have a super exciting extra stream because this week we should be Messukeskus and we're not. So we're gonna do the second best thing and entertain people with our D&D shenanigans. For those who haven't seen Lumainvoir streams before, I'm the Eternal GM Haggis. I run the normal games in Chronicles of Lumainvoir. We have two different groups playing on the island of Lumainvoir. Drinking game, have a shot every time I say Lumainvoir. And
Okay.
most of the players today are in the normal groups playing different characters, and then we have a new person with us playing the
Right.
legendary Rune Knight Sarani. So the idea of this game is that the player characters are legendary heroes from Lumainvoir's past. They have fought the Illithids in the second breach. They have fought the demons in the third breach, and the demons and angels in the fourth breach, and just helped people a lot and have this sort of legendary status within the legends and myths of the island. And that's why they like that's why they, of course, the reason why they wake in the same place is because they probably met each other in sieges and missions in the past. And like normal people, when they die, they go to the afterlife where the death god Coraxus just takes them to where they need to go. But when you have strong legendary heroes with stronger spirits, or in Dante's case, other helps, the heroes never
Yeah.
die.
Some assistance, so to speak.
Yes. As a start, we're gonna introduce the characters.
Great.
And starting with the aforementioned Dante the Ever Living. Never
Hello.
dying,
Never ending.
never ending, yes.
Hmm.
So, who is Dante and what has he done to deserve this?
Well, Dante is a figure of tall stature. He is kind of looks like currently a bit of a decaying body, but he has been fighting across Lumenvor throughout the ages, and he kind of upholds his philosophy that for progress there needs to be war, there needs to be conflict for growth, and he kind of embodies this idea, which kind of drives him beyond death even.
Yep.
So no matter, he just goes waging wars everywhere, and even if when he gets killed, he's gonna come back the next week almost. If you
So-
survive, you have passed his test. If you fail, well, too bad.
Yeah. So basically, Darwinism has gained sentience
Yeah, basically.
and wants to fight. That sounds terrifying. But yeah, reborn many times.
Hmm.
Briar.
Yes, Briar Sungust is a small creature that some call a fairy, a male fairy, and a ancient one of those in the southern forest of Lumanvor. If some people actually can see something of the map in the middle of the stream, there's a huge forest of vivas, and Briar is the, would you say, a general of the goddesses' knights who protect the forest. Um, if you can imagine a small fairy creature with brown magical hair as you have for a fairy, light brown skin, green eyes, and this more of a elven kind of a fairy look to him, with a lot of silver embedded in everything, in the leather armor that he's wearing, um, and these almost white silvery wings behind him, and with a bow that looks like a wooden stick almost. And he's been, well, he's the guardian of the Vivas forest, and he's been summoned many of times in times of need. He doesn't always remember the past times or don't even know why he's summoned, but what he knows is always that when he's summoned for a cause, usually to protect the forest or its inhabitants or something to that like.
Yep. The Vivas forest in the south of Lumainvoir is the great big forest, taking almost a fifth of the island's landmass and is a sentient forest filled with everything that a sentient forest would have, like, yeah.
Yeah.
Owen.
Right. So I'll be playing Owen today. Owen is a very, very old man who tends to wear very simple clothing. The clothing is generally green. He has long white hair and a very, very long white beard, almost long enough that he could step on it if he wanted to. And Owen's been around for a while. I believe Owen, he kind of he has spent much of his time with the Fae, so I would not be surprised if he actually knew Briar personally as well. And his centuries, if not millennia, long exposure to Fae, as he has died and been born again into new incarnations, has basically kind of shaped his perception of the world, should I say? And well. He's also known as the Ancient because he keeps popping up over and over again. I think some of the oldest stories people remember about where Owen features would be tales of him participating in defeating the Illithids thousands of years ago. And you might catch a couple of anecdotes even from those times as we get to observe how he develops. I'm actually really excited to see how this is going to go. But yeah, Owen has a long staff that he uses to support himself. So it looks like he might have a bit of a hard time walking without one. He's frail, he's tall, and he's very thin. Almost like, if you pictured like a thin little kind of branch waving in the wind, that's Owen, except he's, a person. He does have slightly tilted eyes and slightly pointed ears, which suggests that he's not necessarily human, but he hasn't really specified what he is. And his race or his memory of what race he represents may also be a little bit hazy at times. Anyway, that's Owen.
Yeah. And Sarani.
Sarani is, for a lot of time in her youth, she traveled along roads, basically helping whoever she came across, and she almost got a rumor to her also as a helping wind. Like if you run into her, she would help you. She would be a kind spirit and almost be when you move with the wind in your back, helping you move forward. She's partially a spirit that is connected to a weapon that she gained from one of her largest conquests against the Illithid, where she helped destroy a large magical engine that used runic magic. This ended up actually making her spirit bind to this weapon, so she became this wind spirit that still to this day travels and helps whoever she comes along the way, and it is like helpful wind in your back. She is often portrayed as a tiefling with only like features a single horn and large tusk and this very pale blue skin, often clothed in ragged clothing with pieces of armor that doesn't really look new, often breastplates or larger pieces of armor that she used to protect herself. And often kind spirit you can meet on your way.
Basically, the complete opposite of Dante.
Yeah. What's the first thing that popped into mind about Owen is King Boomy and when
Same.
and when
Please.
when Owen removes his clothes, and like he buffs up under that. Oh, you took my staff. What a mistake.
or
Oh no.
uh, Cap- Captain Commander Yama. Oh shoot! The Captain Commander from Bleach. Anyway, just forgot the
Oh
name.
yeah.
True.
Yamato.
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 Yeah.
Yes, Genryusa Yamato.
Mm.
But yeah. Okay, then I put some information about the characters in the chat. You can look at them there if you join the game now or join later. But yeah, we're off to play the grand piano. Oh, and because it's a Ropagon stream, I need to I want to tell people we have Dante with the Fires of Conflict. We have a Sarani who like said he flies with the wind. She flies with the winds. We have the kind of grounded because ground grows with nature. We have the druid man Owen, and then we have a flowing uh, fairy fighter.
Yeah,
So-
Owen's actually, I think I purposefully picked out his spell selection in such a way that he is heavily reliant on spells that do something with the earth and things that come out of the earth.
So we have the element theme done. Yay!
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, and cool Robecon shirt. I got it. Because yes. Anyways, on to the game itself.
Wonderful.
Like I said, the legendary warriors and great people in myths have never really died because even though their physical bodies might leave them at some point, might fail, might fall in combat, the spirits of the fighters stay on. The spirit of the legend stay on in the myths they have themselves created. Usually, they might just stay behind in a whisper, in a legend, in the wind, or they might reincarnate in some fashion, or like said in Dante's case, they might just never die. And usually it's fine. And usually they just return to the world when they are needed. But then there are cases such as this. You guys wake up to a very sharp pain in your middle torso and the sound of breaking stone. You are in a deep round hole which is too steep to climb, but has a gigantic snake-like creature skeleton hanging by the wall of the pit by gigantic black spikes. The walls are made of gray crackled stone, and the snake-like creature's skeletal structure goes like a spiral up the sides of the pit.
I would like to roll a nature check to see if Owen recognizes what the skeletal creature is.
Yeah, you do that.
And at the same time, I would like to basically vanish without a sound.
That was quick. That
Yes.
was quick.
But if you were in a hole, well, as a small creature, I would try to find a hole or a little nook somewhere
Yeah.
to just tuck behind, because sudden waking up in a random place.
Well, light comes from above, and you have because the snake creature is only a skeleton. You have a lot of shadows, and the tip of the creature's tail is buried in the ground below you guys. So there's a lot of skeletal structures and shadows where you can
Yeah, I'm
hide.
just trying to find where is my.
Yeah.
13.
Meanwhile,
13. Yeah.
13.
I'm gonna roll a
So
stealth check.
probably not a natural creature because you've never even heard of. Because if it was a water creature, it might have some fins or even some like the skeletal structure would be different to allow swimming. This looks more like a ground creature, but the ground itself and the location feels like, well, kind of unnatural. And because it's not a natural creature, it might be like from somewhere else, or
Is it close enough? Like, is it too high up that for us to like properly examine it, or is it close
No.
enough
You
that if
can
we?
like the tail of the creature. Like you look around, the ground itself is covered in this sort of fine dust, speckled by sharp. Like you realize the pain you have you suffered was the pain of razor sharp scales jutting out from the ground to like 20 centimeters or such. And there's this fine dust around you guys on the floor, and well, now you're covered with it. Every one of you has taken like 20 points of falling and piercing damage because
Okay,
of
that's good
the
to know.
scales. And the tail of the skeletal creature is buried into the dust, so you can touch the skeleton thing and even maybe climb up. It like the bigger
That's
spinal ridges are like 5 meters across, so it's a gigantic creature, and you can
Yeah.
use it because somehow the skeletal bits and pieces still hold to each other, so it's possible to climb up the creature's spine.
So we got the
so.
worst acupuncture case ever.
Yes,
Uh,
we did.
so Owen's going to kind of haul himself up from the ground. Like, you can actually hear the sort of creaking of like joints as he forces himself up, as if it's like really a challenge. And then he just grabs his staff and kind of walks over to look at the bones. Without saying a word, he's just like look, and he just kind of does this and starts muttering at the bone structure and going.
Yeah, it's the anime. Hmm. Hmm.
um, so this structure looks like it will be climbable.
Yep.
Okay. Serani, as she gets up, she would move very light-footed around, actually moving over near Owen and just give him a kind nod to see if the elderly man is okay.
Oh, right. Let me see if he notices you at all.
Yeah. By the
I'm
way,
gonna
into the
I'm,
middle.
I'm gonna roll a perception check just to see
Yeah,
like he's
and at the
okay.
same
Yeah.
time,
Yes. So I rolled 28 perception, so I think he notices.
Maybe.
Yeah.
he just kind of looks like this, and he goes, "Oh, hello."
Hello. Have you found
Mhm.
anything interesting?
I
As
mean,
she,
there's bones in the wall. Not sure
hmm,
what they're bones of, and I'm not really sure why we're here. Do you happen to know why we're here?
not really. Anything I quite remember is waking up. And the worst bed I had for a while. Does this seem safe for you? And I take my great axe and start to like put weight on the bones as they and then see the reaction of the skeleton how it moves.
It's the skeleton, like the spinal ridges are just like pushed towards it, so like pushed towards each other from upwards down because of gravity, that they're basically stuck together, so it feels very sturdy.
Hmm. It seems safe.
Hmm.
Sarani would turn around and address Dante and look for Brian. um,
if
Did we actually get a chance to see Briar, or did he just
well,
vanish before?
I was gonna add to this. I used Nature's Veil to actually go invisible and try to hide, and I rolled 22 for stealth. I was
Okay.
I was debating should I should I use a couple of
So
spells to hide even more, but yeah, 22 if you
nature's
want to search for me.
nature's veil is the ranger ability to hide.
Yes,
Yeah.
Nature's Veil is as a bonus action you can magically become invisible, uh, i- along with any equipment you are wearing or carrying until the start of your next turn. So it's basically just a
Yep.
quick uh,
Mm-hmm.
getaway invisibility.
Yep. Yep.
Mm.
so
So
I
out of
rolled
this,
2.
So
okay,
you don't know
I
where I
might as
am.
well. I might as well roll. Let's see what happens.
Yep.
No, that won't be enough. That
Yep.
was a 12 on a roll, and I have a small. Yeah, that's 6. So 18 in total. That's not gonna do it.
Yep.
That is not gonna do it. But either
So as
way,
far as you three know, there's only three of you here.
Yes.
yeah. But as Dante's addressed, he's slowly gonna get up. Like he's a tall, imposing figure, and strangely, even though while he does look mostly like a decaying corpse, there is the sound of like hydraulic or mechanical stuff coming when he moves. It's like almost like his skeleton had been changed in some
And
way.
he had some visible clockwork
Yeah,
thingamajigs in his skin.
it's
And he
basically
doesn't.
like best is shown in the arm. Like there's like separations between each part, which is mechanic. So there's skin, mechanic.
Yeah.
So it's quite
And
visible in some cases.
and no visible weapons nor armor.
Yeah,
And the
but
few clothes they carry are like stained, like the black brown color of dried blood, and ragged as all hell.
yeah. Though one might make up that it seems like it has like a leathery general outfit almost, like maybe a leading position in the army long ago, but that's like way back.
Long time ago.
Can I roll history to see how old his insignia is?
Yeah.
Go right ahead.
Excellent. 14.
Probably from the ancient history before the Illithids.
You most likely might have even seen that insignia during the fight with the Illithids.
Correction, 12.
Okay.
I miscalculated, but you know.
Yeah, it's way old. It's surprising that you can even still make it out under the dried blood and all that. But the character slowly moves and goes to inspect the skeleton and look at the people around. So, why are we here exactly?
I wish I knew. I mean, I'm not used to waking up in places like this. Usually waking up involves being born, and, this isn't. I mean, usually being born doesn't involve beards this long, he says. And he actually, I actually pick up, like, my beard, and I actually show it to him, like, to illustrate.
Yeah.
Just be careful with that. Don't trip on it.
Yeah.
Don't break your neck with tripping on that.
Yeah. And I mean, Briar knows the feeling of being awoken from the deep slumber. And, well, Dante has been raised many times. If they die, they die, and then they get raised. But this didn't feel like being raised. It felt like waking up from sleep. Although Dante wouldn't know this because it's like, imagine waking up for the first time, literally ever.
Yeah, like if Dante has slept, it was like 60,000 years past, maybe.
Yeah.
So it has been a long time.
Yeah. And well, Sarani feels around the air and just like attunes herself to the air in like the winds, and you realize that like the air itself feels foul, feels hollow, and the air moves. You feel the dust. You all see the dust around you, just like do the small swirls and things, but it still feels weird.
Things feel different here. Maybe we should evacuate the area and move over this lovely staircase and get out of whatever hole this is.
This isn't the kind of architecture I would call lovely, but I do agree with you.
Yeah.
Let's go. And
call that
I
a
start
ladder.
I start kind of walking up along the stairs.
Yeah.
Slowly with my
spines.
cane.
Yeah.
Yes.
At the point when all three of the other characters are climbing, basically incapacitated, focusing on climbing, you see Briar just fly out of his little hole nook and fly next to everyone. And so,
No, it's mighty rude to come out of cracks, I guess.
Well, I didn't know who you are or why we're here. So,
Weren't you the one who killed me last time with a twig to the eye in that forest?
maybe. I don't know. And you see Briar just gliding a bit backwards. Could be. Don't
For a
know.
moment, Dante has like this intimidating stare, and Jen just goes like, "Well done,"
Okay.
and continues climbing.
And you actually see that Briar, he genuinely doesn't know. Like,
Mm.
I guess, maybe. Like, okay. And as Briar been listening into the conversation that's been happening on and realizing that yeah, we're all in the same boat. None of us know what's going on, or that's what everyone is saying. Might not be true. Briar just flies up to the top before everyone else.
As before you go, actually,
Oh.
Owen is going to kind of look at you with a slight smile and go, "Can't remember all your battles," in Sylvan.
And you get this like quick snap of like, wait, what? Of Briar's again.
What are they
Hmm.
saying?
And it's a long pause and like a deep stare through your eyes of trying to wind the clocks of like, who is this guy? And like,
While you look Owen in the eye, his eyes turn from green to purple.
oh, like, oh, it's you, the old man. Ha!
I'm not that old. Who said I was old? I'm middle-aged at best. Probably
Well,
younger.
That's what they all
Man
say.
in his prime.
Yes, exactly. The skeleton knows what he's talking about.
I still have some flesh on.
ugh.
Yeah.
Well, see
Well,
you at the
some.
top. And
Yeah. Actually, by the
Yeah.
way, so you can technically walk inside the skeleton, right?
Yeah, so basically you're walking up the spinal ridges of the skeleton with the spines, with the not spines, but rib cage of the skeleton, making this
Yeah.
sort of reverse tunnel because the
Yeah, it's like a
rib cage is
snake's
obviously
rib
going
cage,
down.
basically, so it's gonna go all around.
Yeah.
So instead of walking that way, Dante's just gonna climb the outside, just gonna go like getting a bit of speed that way,
Actually, no, yeah,
if it's possible.
it's basically it's like yeah, it's doable, and because you don't if you because you're not yet in a hurry, you can just take 10 and just like climb because your strength
Yeah.
is enough. And like you're walking up the snake, which like obviously the spinal bits, spinal, like, let's call them spinal bits because whatever. As the biggest of the spinal pieces are 5 meters across, so you get the idea that this is a huge, ginormous snake, and the pit itself was like 10 stories, 20 stories high, like big. It's actually more than 20 stories, but like yeah. Even Briar takes some time to fly up, even though they have a flying speed of 40. It takes a lot of time to fly up,
Yeah.
and like
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You
the
mean the
entire world
vertebrae
does
with the spinal pieces?
what?
The vertebrae?
Vertebrae, yeah, that's the word.
Yes.
Spinal bits, vertebrae, like
Yeah.
Close enough.
That's the kind of casual, way to say vertebrae.
yeah. And like the when you fly up and just like breathe in the air and just look around and feel the world, something does feel very wrong. You don't feel like you live and breathe in the same way as you would do in the normal world of Elemomnia, the material plane. This world feels different, not as vibrant or even as living. It is like this place takes a hold of your soul, and like a dry land touching a puddle of water starts draining it slowly.
Okay.
So it's a very dry place in both a physical and a metaphysical sense.
Would
I
Dante recognize this place?
No.
Okay.
Quick action. When Briar reaches the top, I would use immediately Primeval Awareness, the ranger skill of. Focus your awareness on the region around you. For 1 minute, you can sense whether the following types of creatures are present within 1 mile of you: aberrations, celestials, dragons, elementals, fae, fiends, undead.
That's quite a list.
Yep.
Yes, there is
Ranger is useful.
within the
1
5
mile.
mile radius. There is one aberration somewhere,
Okay.
but it is somehow cloaked or hidden. You get the feeling that it's there, but you don't have
Yeah, I don't
more
know where.
information.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't get that.
but there,
It specifies that I don't get the information where the creature is
Yeah.
or how
Hmm.
many. I just know there is something.
Yeah, there is someone within that
Yeah.
radius.
So because you started like you climb the snake. Oh, the rest of you, when you climb the snake and you get to a part where the snake's skeleton is hanging from one of the giant metal, basically giant metal nails as in like 4 meters across. So they're very big nails. Do you try and jump over the black iron which they're made of, or do you just walk across it and touch the metal?
Is there a way you can get across without touching the iron?
Well, you can always jump, and you can try like like because there are there you can try either jumping or climbing the stone wall, because the stone wall, the gray stone, is very cracked in like everywhere. It looks like the pit itself has been like starting to break.
Would it be able for me to use my great axe to pole vault over the black iron bits?
That's very doable. And like pole vaulting with either staff or great axe does help, does give advantage on the roll.
Yay! So yeah, the Talani, when she comes to these breaks of black metal, do they seem bad, or is there anything about them, or do they just look like dark iron?
They feel very cold and very well, you are a rune knight, so you have arcana, so they feel that they drain both warmth, life, and magic. So they're very anti everything.
Oh,
Okay.
well, that's fun.
And I mean, and can always use wild shape to turn into a bird.
Yeah, that
Because
was
the
my
bird is the word.
plan. I'm gonna turn into an eagle and just fly across.
What's the skull of the creature like above the pit?
When you look at it from below, it looks very, very broad and very flat. And
Since
Briar
Dante's plan
thinks
was basically to climb up all the way and then hop off if possible.
Yeah. Briar sees
Actually,
that basically the head is like a ginormous cobra.
Okay.
Like
while flying over it, can I try another nature check because I have a better view of the creature as a whole?
Yeah. Sure. Nature or religion, because you do see the hood of the cobra is like tens of meters side by side, and unlike the rest of the cobra's skeleton, which only had bones left, the hood is covered is patchworkly covered in the scales of the creature. The color of the creature has been worn off by the winds in the basically the ground level, but you do still see a weird religious sign on the hood. If Yasu, you would put the picture on, I sent you.
Oh yeah.
In
For
that
just
case,
a
I'd
second.
prefer to go for religion, and I roll 19.
19.
This.
It's definitely a divine creature probably because it's that big and that powerful, you can feel a magic emanate from the bones still, and some sort of sentience still hiding in the head, in the skull, in the hood, in the symbol. And you get the feeling that the cobra creature itself was some sort of god, and the symbol you saw was its holy sign. But unfortunately, you do not recognize the god because it's some of the very ancient gods of like ages back.
And
And
it's still
if
technically alive.
uh, y- uh, not alive, but it's
Dormant.
dormant, and it's like it's still its spirit is within the body. So
Yeah.
what would be the right word?
It's in stasis.
Yeah,
Sort of.
yeah.
Hmm. Nope. Dante's just gonna climb up the head and just leap off the nose, most likely.
You see the symbol, you see the skull, and you see the razor sharp scales. Most likely, they are the same scales which were like which pierced your flesh in the
Yeah.
in the
Which hurt earlier quite
Yeah.
a bit.
Mm.
but you get the feeling that the the dust that was covering the scales made it softer, and Owen got because Owen felt the sentience of the god cobra. You got the idea that for some reason it wanted to help you in any way it could, and you start thinking about the dust that covered the scales. It was probably like the god cobra shedded either its scales or just trashed about the pit to make it softer for you guys to land, because otherwise it would have landed in a like treasure of sharp scales.
Ouch.
Hmm.
Does Owen say anything about the snake being
Well,
sort of alive?
Owen's busy flying around in eagle form still. Is there, like, looking ahead, is there anywhere that
It's you,
does it look like I would need to stay in this form and keep flying, like, or is it kind of smoother sailing going forward?
yeah. So the because you all got to the second um, or the main cave. Let's call
Mhm.
it the second floor of the main cave. Um, you see that the one more thing about the cobra, it's biting the edge of the hole it's in, and you get the idea that it's just like hanging by a thread, just like trying not to fall to the pit. It's just like biting and trying to keep itself not falling to the pit. But yeah,
But it's stable. Like, it's not. It doesn't look like, in the next 5 minutes it's actually gonna let go and crash into the pit, and then
if nothing like pushes it in, it's stable.
okay.
Yeah. And yeah, Briar gets the intuitive idea that the symbol on the cobra's hood is the holy symbol of something.
Yeah.
You get some whispers from time to time from the living forest of some information that you should have, and at the time this is the actually like a forest theme warlock patron would be very cool.
Hmm.
I need to just a second, I need
True.
to write it down.
It would work, actually.
That
Perhaps the Archfey
Mm.
patron?
Yeah.
yes, it's perfect for
That
the
would actually
archfey.
work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect
An
for
ancient
the archfey.
forest.
While everyone else is flying, crawling, or however they move up,
Mm.
Sarani will go in her own tempo and be like, "Please, no, don't worry. I will catch up. Don't. Yeah, I'll be there soon."
Yeah.
Need to be carried.
Yeah.
I don't think that's necessary.
Yeah.
Uh,
All right then.
Because you guys didn't rock the boat too much and didn't stay and just like
We could
stay
have pushed it
around,
back down. Well, we're not
just
gonna do that,
messing.
so.
Yeah, because you left fast enough. You get from the pit with no problems. But you have climbed up the skeleton of the gigantic cobra type creature, and you see around you a great open space. The sky is a white, thick carpet of smoke or clouds. In like it's like tens of meters high, not like in the height where sky should be.
Mm.
The open area feels like, for some reason, it feels like a cave, although you do not see all the walls because there's a fine white mist covering the edges. So you see some like 200 meters in every direction, but still there's the thin mist. All around you are broken ruins of old, broken down buildings and statues of of which little features remain for recognizing. Mostly humanoid shapes, but other sculptures of stranger things also linger in this unswept landscape of crumbled stone structures. The air world, sorry, the air whirls around sand around you, and you smell rust and dust. And in the middle of the cave structure is a big cluster of ancient rusted trains and other formerly mechanical detritus. Here and there, you see ancient bones of beings that look like they've been fallen into this place from random places here and there from high above. All but their bones ground away by the sands in this cave.
Did you just say engines? Or, you know?
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Dante is gonna go check on the engines. What's their situation?
yeah. So like there's the statues and broken down fragments of buildings, which like seem to be someone has just forgotten them here. And like the middle of the great cave with the trains seems like, well, a train graveyard. And
Well, isn't that perfect?
pretty much all of them have rusted to uselessness. Some of the bigger engines might be like bits and pieces inside of the great tanks of the engines might be usable, but everything outside is rusted into pretty much oblivion.
So they're not
Like,
moving.
nope. And the weird thing is that you can see no tracks anywhere. There's no tracks, just a pile of mechanical detritus.
We're just leaving. Like the only tracks in the cave are basically our footprints after we.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to shift back into my humanoid form.
Actually,
and,
because we have two flying people, you see two weird things that catch your eye. In the middle of the train, like there's the big round area with the trains, and in the middle there's a smaller, like 5 meter area with just plain ground, and in the middle there's this singular wagon with bars on its side, and the wagon is upright and standing, but there's this area of nothing around it's like it's almost walled in by by the rusted detritus of the other mechanical things. Also, you see in basically what amounts to north of you guys, across the train graveyard, there's whatchamacallit, wooden building that looks intact, and some people shuffling around it.
Okay.
Do we see the wooden structure as well?
No, because you're
Yeah,
on
we're on
ground
ground
level.
level. Okay.
I'd like to fly into the central formation to take a look at the wagons.
Yeah.
I still stay in bird form though, in case I need to make a
You're in
quick
the same area as Dante
getaway.
right now.
Because there's nothing else flying in the area. Dante and Zarani do see the bird flying because it's a great eagle. It's kind of visible because it's great for a reason.
That
Uh,
man in his prime.
so you fly to the singular train wagon. It's like this old sort of uh, kind of sort of circus wagon with thick steel bars all around it. And you look into the wagon's outside is very rusted, but the inside is still basically iron, and like the bars are interesting looking because the outside is rusted and the yellowish orange, but the inside is still almost mint iron, so it's still um, fixable. And inside the wagon you see a single just one man in thick metal manacles, and with the iron chain connected to a big metal ball, which connects to his ankles in the other uh, end.
Hmm.
The
And
train
he
car
looks
isn't
like
like it's not like open in any way. Like there's no way to get
there's a
inside.
door which could be opened with either tools or magic.
Mm-mm.
What about brute
Looks cool.
force?
Or brute force. You can always try brute force.
Yeah, I mean, at the center, you see. By the way, Briar is just. You see this white flash dash and line going around, flying, and it basically you know how is it bees or what kind of
Yeah.
move like in a sudden movements
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
because
dragonfly.
yeah, dragonfly,
Dragonfly.
yeah,
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 dragonflies. Yeah.
Dragonflies or the what was it?
Hummingbirds.
The
hummingbirds also,
also those
yeah,
and the flies that mimic bees.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and that's basically how Briar moves. And since he's only ever known the forest, he has no clue what this thing is or what it
Yeah.
does or how it works, or and he's just manically flying around the whole
Yeah.
thing.
Uh,
What is
What
this?
is this
you
mechanical contraption?
Yes.
you recognize I mean, you recognize obviously pieces of cities because you have burned some cities, and you recognize like there are pillar works and like rounded walls and very gothic looking, very sharp edges, and there's a lot of different architecture types. Nothing Briar wouldn't like know the technical terms because Briar doesn't know architecture,
Yeah.
but still like you get the idea that there's bits and pieces of different cultures, different periods, different people. And then
Okay.
there's the mechanical detritus in the middle where the big bird flew into.
Mm.
Hmm.
Dante's just really getting like distracted by this. It's just like going like. Mm.
Yep. Roll me perception, Dante.
Alrighty, let's see what
And
happens.
what about Sarani? You follow Dante and
When Sarani finally comes near this area, she
Yep.
would start to look for anything that seems like l- someone who lived here or actually did stuff here in a recent time.
yeah, there's very little, like the only signs of people ever even being here are the random humanoid shaped bone corpses, like corpses which are basically bone remains just lying here and there, and you get the idea just looking at the how the bones are laying there. You get the idea that they've fallen from like from the heights, and just by like ribs being broken and skulls caved in, they have died probably because of terminal velocity.
Ouch.
God damn it,
Oof.
gravity.
Oh, I
um,
didn't mean distracted since I got a nat 1 on that perception check.
Yeah, that's very like technology boner.
All the metal items are just way too interesting for you to
Yeah.
focus on anything properly. Like,
Pretty much.
Yeah.
um, um, one question. You described how this entire area kind of felt like it's sucking the life out of you.
Yep.
With her being reincarnated in her own way, does
Mhm.
this in some way remind Sarani when in that period before she manifests again through um, through her axe?
Yeah, I mean, you've been to the gates of death, and then you return. So you have the feeling of being in the presence of the world of the dead, and even there, your soul and your persona has been intact, and it's not being ripped apart or anything. This place feels like if you would just lay down and just take a long nap, you would never wake up and never reincarnate, because this place actually actively tries to just take pieces of you until there's nothing left.
Hmm.
Okay, that's not good.
No.
Sarani would try to go over to Dante in his very distracted fascination
Dante
and be
going
like,
through the engines like,
Yeah.
this is nice. Like a
The-
mechanic going in there.
like a child in a candy store, just like
Yeah, pretty
Yeah.
much.
where Sarani would see bits and pieces of rusted metal and broken pipes and scattered gears. Dante apparently sees like all weird things that you could
Yeah.
MacGyver into something.
Mm.
Dante,
Hmm.
I am not
Yes.
that keen with these types of tools. They always fascinated me, but do anything point to a way out of this space?
Unfortunately, while some engines might be intact, they are not in a moving condition. That's a bit of a problem right now.
Hmm. Maybe a flying friends found something more interesting.
Yeah.
You can
Perhaps
see
let's ask a hummingbird.
Briar just dashes next to you guys.
Hmm.
Nope. No idea what's going on, and no idea whatever this is.
You know, you remind me of something rather annoying I had to deal with a
Huh?
few years back.
Oh.
They're flying past my face. It seems familiar.
Ah. Seems familiar. Well, I usually fly pretty well, so I don't know. Well, that's what everyone tells me. They're like, "Oh, you're the best flyer here," but I don't know.
Hmm.
Was one of
Anyways,
those titles best marksman as well?
Yeah.
My eye
Uh,
still hurts.
yeah.
Ah.
So Sarani and Briar would see the bird called Owen fly around in the middle of the, like, well, Briar knows that it's the middle of the train graveyard, and the bird is just flying around something, I assume.
I actually fly down there. I want
Yeah.
to look in through the windows of the train car to see if I can recognize. Because you said there was a man sitting there. I want to see if I can recognize him.
Yep.
Are
And
you still in bird form?
Yes.
Okay.
I circle the train car on purpose for like a couple of. I do kind of like a couple of laps around it before I kind of just swoop down. So that
Trying to
in the
get our
hopes that you would
attention.
notice that I'm doing this, so that I'm marking like an area that is
Yeah.
of interest.
May I roll another perception check?
yeah.
I will too.
What's
Okay, that's better.
your passive perception?
My
Passive would be 16, and I rolled a 21 in total.
my passive is 18,
18.
12.
and
So
I
I
rolled 16.
yeah. So you guys would see the bird just
Yeah.
making, like, you understand that the bird is making a lapse, like marking an area,
Hmm.
and
Maybe he wants us to
telling
follow
you guys
him.
that, like the annoying pixie in like Zelda. Hey,
Hey,
listen!
listen!
Hey, listen!
I'm an icon marker in an RPG now.
You could wild shape into a very big exclamation mark
Exactly.
or a
Hmm.
freaking Sims crystal.
Oh my god, guys, I found a miscellaneous quest.
No, that's just a side quest. That's waste of
Uh,
time.
Oh no. Yeah,
Everything.
Dante's gonna start moving there.
Yeah, fly over too.
Um, Sarani would still try to be aware of her surroundings because she's more keen to moving along roads, and it's like as you describe it, this type of architecture she isn't that comfortable with it.
There are no roads here.
Yeah.
Exactly,
And
I don't like it.
the area feels like it's enclosed in some way. Just in case we have new viewers, we have a party of 4 legendary heroes from the history of the island of Lumainvoir, which is my homebrew, which map you can see in the middle, and they have found themselves in a weird cave-like structure with a lot of broken down architecture, buildings, and statues and such. And in the middle of the cavern is a big cluster of ancient rusted trains and other formerly mechanical detritus.
Yeah.
And in the middle of the basically train graveyard, you found this like like I said, it looks like an old circus train which you would use to transport like wild tigers or some such animals. Well, Dante and Sarani would recognize a train cart when they see one, because trains and steampunk tech is a thing that exists in my home in Elemomnia and in Lumainvar. And there are a couple of bigger cities with very, very high tech. So you would recognize like bits and pieces and like a circus wagon. And the 2 forests. I mean, well, maybe Owen has seen dreams with trains.
Yeah,
Because
Briar
he's a
definitely hasn't seen trains.
Mr. Sandman.
Leave the door open, Birdie.
By the way,
Before we open any doors, can
Yeah.
I see can I see through the windows and look at what
Yeah.
the guy looks
So
like who's in there?
Inside there's just some small fragments of bone here and there, and you get the idea that they might be from basically foods that someone have sent to the man in the it's a human male in the wagon, and like I said, heavy manacles and heavy metal rings binding his legs together with a chain with a ball and chain. He's dressed in basically clothes that have been prisoner rags at some point, but because of the winds and just entropy in general, the cloth has lost all color. So it's just sort of colorless beige type. The man himself is very thin, very skeletal, still alive because he's breathing. He's just like his eyes are closed and he's just uh, sitting back towards his backside to the engine's wall, to the cart's wall, and just breathing heavily but with long intervals.
well, joining in on this, flying in, basically not talking to Owen, but in general around. I sensed something with us around here. Don't know if it was this one, but we're not alone.
No, there's someone in there. Can't figure out who it is.
Brad just goes
What
into the
exactly
window.
did your
Knock, knock,
fairy
knock, knock.
senses tell you?
So there's no windows. There's just like the thick metal bars, which are like
Right. Okay. So it's
5
just the
centimeters thick.
bars. It's basically there's like a
It's
gap
open-sided
with bars in
on
it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's open-sided, but like the 5
Okay.
centimeter
Right.
thick bars are all over. But like the walls are exclusively the 5 centimeter thick iron bars.
So it's basically a cage, is what you're saying.
Yeah, that one that you transport tigers in. Basically.
Something like that. Yeah.
Then I would just
Okay.
fly around the
Um.
vision of the whatever humanoid dude is in there.
I'm gonna take my quarterstaff and I'm gonna kind of slide it between the bars. I'm gonna poke him. And I'm gonna go, hey, who are you?
Get off my lawn!
Ok.
Yeah, the man
Mm.
coughs and just wheezes and well, that's not just what. Open his eyes like the way you would open eyes when they've been closed for a very very long time, and looks out, flinches at the light, like there's this ethereal light coming from the mists around you guys. It's just bright enough to see, but like there's no apparent source. And the guy says,
Hello.
okay, you're not the usual kind of people I see dreams about, but sure, I'll play. What you guys want?
You're not dreaming this time.
You
Otherwise,
very
we'd
much
all
do.
be dreaming. And I think I usually know when I'm dreaming. And this isn't it. Dreams are usually pink and fluffy and full of pixies, and we've only got one fey
Yeah,
creature here, so
yeah, pixies. Yeah. No, none of us dream of anything else with pink and fluffy things.
Yeah, don't say it.
Okay, so, uh,
Who
cool.
are you?
Um, I did have a name. It's been a while. Sorry, it's just I've been in this place for a lot of time. It was, and then you see a sharpness and an immediate vigilance, just like he starts remembering things, and you can see his eyes darting around, and he's like, "Oh, shoot! I I apparently got caught." Anyone have any idea where we are? Like, or I I know how we get out of here, but I'm not
Was
sure.
about to ask, where are we exactly?
there's
Um,
a skeletal snake over there, and we appear to be in the middle of a train graveyard. You know, there's
yeah,
all these metallic thingies all over the place.
yeah,
And then there's you sitting here in the middle of a cage.
yeah. Um, I did some things and I got caught, and now I'm apparently the people who caught me didn't really wanna let me get out because, well, if you, I mean, just as a hypothetical scenario, if you would go to a prison, that you could always get out. I mean, I haven't, but I know people, and but
Inside.
in this sort of place, inside, yeah.
Yeah, inside time. Yoinks.
Hmm.
Come on.
18.
Ooh. 20.
Inside is up. That will be a 10 in total.
It's not enough.
Hmm.
No,
Inside.
22.
9.
What was Sarani's roll?
9.
9. Okay, that's not enough.
999.
So, Owen gets gets the feeling that this guy has probably some experience of being behind bars and probably done some weird stuff or illegal stuff or both. And Briar gets the feeling that he's pretty much, if he's been in prison, probably been in prison and probably been for a good reason. Whether or not he's with a good reason in this place, that's another question. But
Yeah.
we have new viewers.
But if you're in a place like this, locked in a cage, most likely you've done something.
Mhm. Reminding all viewers to check out the chat. We have some info packages about the game there, and if you have any questions, just ask. I will answer all questions I have answers for. But yeah, so do you say anything about about this to the guy?
No, I would question him even further. Of where is this place? Where are we? You seem to know a lot about this place.
Yeah. Well, just I think I got caught. Like, I mean, I didn't do anything wrong, but people decided that I was wrong and I was a bad man, and then I got caught. And then after his eyes almost glaze over with kind of trauma and sadness, and he's like, after something that happened, I got woke up here, and then I heard a voice in the wind that told me that I will never get out because of what I did, and I'm not
What did
really
you
sure what I
do?
did. I mean, I I wish I remember. Uh,
Maybe another question. You said someone caught you. Who who put you here? I mean, we of course should help this man, so why couldn't you tell us who put him here?
I mean, I remember seeing a lot of fire and a dragonborn and a tiefling who just tried to stop me, and then fire and pain and the sound of wings maybe. And then I woke up here, and the worst thing about the place is I mean, some the guy have gotten me some food, but I really don't need it because in this place you don't need food or drinks or even sleep, but it's just been easier to be asleep because what
Um,
else is there in a place like this?
who's this the guy?
Yeah, there's a big dude, big bald, fat, slimy guy, and he points to north where uh, Owen knows that there's the wooden building, yeah, or a
Oh,
kiosk. It's a small wooden building, almost the size of a kiosk, basically, or
you
small.
mean where that little little booth is that looks like someone sells tickets to something in it?
Probably. I mean, he has gotten me food from somewhere, but
Maybe from the ticket sales.
Interesting.
I don't know. I've never been outside this in this weird landscape. I've never been outside this wagon.
Well, that sounds
So
silly. I mean, if the man is running a theater, he needs an audience, so probably we need to get you out then, don't we?
Yeah.
so I
Yeah.
mean, if there's a theater, I do love the theater. So tell you what, if you guys help me out of this cage, I will use all information and all knowledge and all skills I possess to um just get us out of this hellscape.
So,
I mean,
shall we let him out? I think I can just break the bars.
um, let me help. I think I could be of assistance.
If you think so.
Um, I would like to invoke my giant smite.
Mhm.
So I grow a size category,
Oh,
and now I'm just a larger, more lanky version of Sarani.
Runic art, macho man technique, macho. Yeah, so Sarani grows to
okay.
the height of like 5 meters, 6 meters,
Mhm.
something.
About.
I would
um,
just before they're trying to pry open the bars,
Hmm.
Briar would fly in and go poke the guy
Oh.
with an arrow, like just for
with a
no
needle.
yeah, but for no particular reason whatsoever, just to feel if he's real,
Yeah.
if he's there.
Yeah, I mean, you poke him with an arrow, you can't like he reacts with to the pain. It's like, stop it! What you want?
Okay, let's just fly
Um,
out.
Okay, so is Sarani gonna take from like one side of the cage, and Dante takes from the other side, and they're gonna just pull apart?
Basically.
I would just rip the cage in half. Like, it's an unconventional way to get someone out of a jail cell.
Speaking of macho man,
Well, then you would
Like
have a lot of
Sarani
sticks.
basically pick up the cage from one side. One tiny fellow, well, 2-meter fellow, and then another 5-meter fellow
Yeah.
just prying open. Athletics,
Athletics, yeah.
I
Roll
with or
athletics.
without advantage.
Well,
I mean,
Sarani gets advantage, but
yeah.
if you want to use one of your rages, then
Nah,
I mean, yeah. But you
Not
have
getting
like
that
6
pissed
rages
off.
a day or something. I don't
5. But yeah,
5, but yeah.
let's see. That
um,
20!
oh,
It would be a 31. Wait, would it be a 30 exactly? Let me quickly check.
I
Um,
believe so.
would be yeah, that's nailed 30.
27.
We're
Yeah.
just tearing it apart.
Macho man.
Yeah, you take the wagon, and because the wood structures outside are very dried up and very fragile, you just take the ends of the wagon, just pretty much rip it apart. Dante had the good luck to take from the edge that the wood is more dried and there's more like weaknesses in the structure, so it rips open like a pinata that makes the sound of metal, just like this sort of grinding sound when
Oh.
metal just gives in.
I'm a glorified can opener now.
Yeah. And basically the train cart is now in 3 pieces, and a lot of sticks and metal bars, just like you rip the frame of the um, bars apart, and then the bars are for a second just like up, and then they fall apart, like the sound of a breaking of someone throwing a xylophone down the stairs, like click, 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 click.
Um,
Did
It's
we
Sounds like
accidentally?
there.
it's like basically made out of bones. Is the
No,
whole
metal.
thing metal? Okay.
Yeah,
No, because I'm thinking
xylophone.
because it's like yeah.
Sorry, xylophone thrown down a set of metal stairs.
Oh, okay, right.
Did we just ruin the place where this guy was sitting?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I could just imagine that we're just pulling it apart and he's just popping out of the
yeah, because
opening.
he's manacled and held with a ball and chain. He falls down to the ground in a pile of splintering wood and gets a couple of the metal bars just bashed over his body. Gets a couple of bruises, but he's out. So he swears because he got some bruises, and then he's like, "I'm out. I don't freaking care about these bruises. I'm out." And then he takes he looks around, takes a couple of sticks, and starts like lock picking his manacles.
While he's doing that, I want to actually inspect him for any like I want to see how bad a shape he's in. I would just like to roll medicine to see if
Medicine.
yeah.
And strange elderly man just comes over to you and starts lifting up your clothes and poking you.
Meanwhile,
Yeah, like grab
Dante.
it, like looking like when he's doing the lock picking, I'm like looking at his shoulders and I'm like going like stopping him, looking him in the eye, like at 24.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good roll.
Dante, I think we overdid it.
A little bit, but is that a bad thing? Though, now that you remind me, Dante's gonna go and take like a dry wood piece, if there's something still intact, and basically crush it in his hand to make like a lot of small sticks before offering them to the our little flying fave friend. If you need ammunition, just don't shoot at me again, okay?
Well, I could use whatever, but I'll take those too. I just tuck them in a pouch and in a small pouch and.
Yeah.
I just realized that do any of us have a bag of holding with them?
Nope.
Nope.
Uh-oh.
You didn't ask. Just for the
Yeah.
viewers, because 15 level characters, I gave them some magical items, and Briar wanted a bow that makes arrows out of any wooden twigs.
Yes.
So that's what
Mm,
they got.
I just made
Because
like a
I felt like level 15 characters should have magic items.
yeah. I made like a bundle of toothpicks.
Yes.
Yep. So yeah, 24 on the medicine roll.
Yep.
He's so dehydrated and like malnourished that in the normal world he would have just died like months ago. You can see like his bones just jutting out of skin pulled very much too taut around his bones. His eyes are kind of sharp and they have a weird purple gleam, like taking a very weird comparison. You know the green gleam from the soldiers in Final Fantasy VII.
Mhm.
They're not green, but they have this sort of like gleam or shine or something.
Yeah,
This
exactly.
guy has the same, but purple in his eyes, and you can see like he's kind of dexterous, not too strong, but kind of dexterous looking, and like he's still clean shaven with a short cropped hair, and that also doesn't make, although in this sort of place linear time goes out the window because he should have this scaggy looking prisoner beard, almost like me, or at least my corona beard, so it doesn't count.
Okay.
But like he's very, and he's also kind of, I mean, if he wasn't that malnourished, he would be kind of handsome, but as it is, he looks thin, sort of stretched, like butter on a, like too little butter on a piece of. Oh, I can't. I forgot my Lord of the Rings quotes.
I'm
Has
gonna
been carried. He looks
do.
too weak to walk.
Well,
Yeah,
I can't carry him.
from the movements when he tries to use the piece of wood to lockpick, he still has some sort of energy to him. He probably is able to move, although it might be a little wonky because he looks like he hasn't walked in a long while.
I'm gonna pick him up in like the very normal like damsel in distress thing,
Mhm.
and look at him and be like, so where do we go next?
What do you do?
Maybe
Because,
that ticket booth for where the guy has the theater tickets.
yeah. So one more problem. He has a thick set of iron rings around his ankles, which combine to a chain which goes to a thick metal ball. So you're probably gonna break the chain.
Dante can help with that.
Yeah, can we try to do that?
Actually,
Yeah, sure.
let's roll for it. Let's see what happens. Yoinks!
Holy
Oh, you got something nice, did you?
no, a
Oh,
1
wait, is
and an
that the
8.
opposite?
So 18.
It's still an 18.
Well, I rolled a 9, but luckily my athletics is 10, so that's a 19.
It's iron, but you guys are two big brutes, and you can just you can break you get one of the inks broken so that you can like take the ball off, and
Mm-hmm.
the manacles and I think they're also called manacles in legs, but both of the sets of manacles are still locked. But he appears to have some idea to use a wooden toothpick to pick the locks.
So while I'm carrying him, he's trying to pick the lock on his foot.
Yep.
Mm.
Both
And
his,
Dante
because his
just comes, like,
hands are,
breaks the ball
yeah,
off.
actually his hands are tied together with a chain this long, so he has some movement in his hands, but kind of limited.
So Dante has the ball and chain right now, does he?
Yeah.
Dante doesn't use weapons, so he's just gonna test the weight a little bit, then do a bit of a spin with the chain, and then just launch it into one direction, as far as it'll go.
Into one direction.
Yeah, like that four pop
That's a good.
group.
Sorry, not
Straight to the-
intentional.
There's a
Straight
concert.
to the
There's a
middle one.
concert going on a mile away.
You hear this annoying teenage pop, and you're like, no. And it's
Actually,
like,
can I roll another athletics check to see how far it goes?
yeah, sure.
It's far.
Uh,
22.
22. Yeah, you get it very far and into one direction.
There it goes.
It was like 20, 25 kilos, so it was, I mean, annoying on the legs, but it's still like throwable, so it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you carry. Sarani takes the guy into his mighty strong hand. What's Sarani's strength, by the way?
She has a strength of 20.
Oh right, yeah.
Oh, we
Oh,
have two
there it is.
strength 20s here.
High five.
You get
Oh,
the
no.
sort of manly high five
No,
like
you-
Alex Louis Armstrong and what's his face?
Yeah,
Oh,
from
Full Metal
Full Metal Alchemist.
yeah.
Oh man.
There's just a major size difference here, since someone's still in Giant's Might.
Oh yeah.
Are they?
Oh
And,
yeah. She's still like the size of a small house.
Yeah.
and if you remember, I also have, I believe it's called giant stature, which means
Oh, yeah, that increases even more.
yeah, my height is increased by 7 feet, 7 inches.
Yeah, 7 inches, but
So
that's
I'm already
still,
just a tall woman.
yeah, it's doubled when you go like larger size. So also, I know it's impolite to ask a lady their weight, but how much did you weigh before the change?
Actually, I didn't weigh much. My size based is kind of lying. I'm a bit lighter than most.
Okay.
I don't know why, but I'm thinking that she has the body size of China, the wrestler from the late '90s
Yeah.
with a Y.
Hmm.
But like, yeah,
But since of
But-
the wind, it's the weight category is something like of a pixie.
Yeah.
yeah. But like China was a professional athlete, so she was big, she was strong, and she was awesome. Rest in peace.
Mm.
But yeah, there's no problem with, especially how long does your giant stature cost? Is it last? Isn't
It's
like
1 minute that
1 minute?
giant
That's
might
what I figured.
lasts. But after that, I'm still
Yeah, you still have
big girl.
strength of 20, and he's like in that malnourished state. He's like 50 kilos with a hat, so he's very like not well.
Basically, tossable size.
Yeah, tossable.
Big killers with a hat.
Doesn't-
I haven't heard that terminology before.
It's a bad translation from Finnish, but anyways.
Yeah, we
he's
could basically
maybe
make a
like-
dartboard and try throwing him at it.
Yeah, he's very light.
There's a lot of weird Finnish. What are they called?
Things.
Idioms.
Idioms. Yeah.
Idioms.
Mm.
That when you translate them like word to word, they sound ridiculous.
Yeah,
I think that applies to every language,
yeah, I
really.
think, yeah, I
Yeah.
think it does.
almost.
It might.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure like a very few idioms work as translated, but
Yeah.
the xylophone thrown down a set of metal stairs works.
Mm.
Yeah.
And that was
It's descriptive
copyright
enough.
2021 me.
And I could use
But yeah.
because now that we're leaving to search this ticket booth, cabin, whatever, I could use the idiom of that Briar leaves like grandma from the snow.
Mm. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Was the fairy tossable?
Tossable?
Isn't the fairy
Yeah,
so
Briar-
small that I don't know if there's much point in trying to toss him?
I mean,
Well,
you have a
yeah, I
slingshot,
mean-
right?
Would be interesting to see
Briar-
just in case at some point.
Briar is small and light
Yes.
and maybe weighs like 30,
Yeah,
40
well,
kilos or something. I
Mm.
don't
I think I'll
Oh, he's small. He's actually like as large as, say, a halfling. Then
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, a
I mean,
small halfling. Yeah.
Okay.
If you come in height, yes, you could compare into a small halfling. And
Mhm.
when you take into the wing span that Briar has, it makes the size seem a bit larger than it actually is.
Mhm.
But
Right.
I've
Okay.
just. Oh, by the way, I've just assumed that, just as a visual, I've assumed that Briar's wings are like the wings of a dragonfly, but
yeah,
like some fairies might have like bat wings or whatever.
no, they're more of a decorated dragonfly wings. Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
That's what I assumed. But yeah, you
All
walk
right.
across the dead train yard, remembering who we are. Machine
That's
as of
gonna make
course.
an interesting song.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we didn't have any bards with us this time.
Hopefully we don't get any copyright issues with that.
No, it's 3
Anyways,
seconds. You always get
Oh.
3 seconds.
okay, excellent. I hope that was less than 3 seconds.
Yes.
But yeah, you walk across the dead train yard, and also a reference to Final Fantasy VII because one of my favorite games. Yeah, and I mean, hopefully all the characters have boots because, like, uh, shoot,
No.
what's the? Well, your reborn are immune to poison and disease, so you can't get
Well, not immune, but resistant.
you can't get tetanus from rusted metal, but and briar flies, but the rest of the characters, like the sort of abandoned areas which you look at them and feel like you get tetanus just by looking at them.
Yeah.
This looks like that sort of area.
Ugh.
But
Yeah,
luckily,
and Dante is going barefoot here.
Once again, Dante is immune to disease, so it doesn't count.
Well, resistant.
To disease.
If I'm not mistaken, I'm gonna check just quickly.
You're resistant to poison, but you're immune to disease, I believe.
I'm
Anyways,
gonna check just in case, but yeah.
I'm
Moving on.
not gonna make you guys roll con save to get tetanus, but still.
Okay.
Advantage on saving throws against disease and
Oh.
being poisoned. You have resistance to poison damage.
Okay. So it's like basically a more organic version of Warforged, even in
Yeah,
that.
more organic version.
Cool.
Yeah.
Reforge are very cool and would recommend as a PC.
Reborns are fun.
Yeah. We should do like a ranking video about player races in our YouTube. Anyways,
It could be fun.
sorry, my ADHD is acting up because
It's fine.
my brain went to the mode like we're back on weekend. We don't need to sleep. Just use caffeine.
Yeah.
That happens.
So, need a Constitution saving throw?
If you want.
With advantage, just in case.
Yeah.
Yoinks, that's so.
There are like because you're not in a hurry, you don't need to roll against environmental hazards.
My dear DM.
Yeah.
How should I say this to you directly?
Yep.
My con saves. First one I rolled was a nat 1. Second one I rolled was a 3.
So in a long in the
my
long run,
Constitution saving throw
in
is
the long run, Dante would have tetanus problems.
most likely.
Actually, because as you're making your ways past the rotten wood and rusted metal, roll me a perception check.
Everyone.
Yeah.
Yoink! Oh, me likey.
Let's see here.
That would be 25.
Yep.
17.
Yep.
And
Oh, my passive perception is 20, if that counts.
That helps.
Well, my passive perception is 18, but I rolled a nat 1.
Yeah, you don't see anything.
No, I'm
Um,
more focused on something totally else.
Yeah.
my perception is -1, so 13.
So if the thing becomes a threat, then Briar doesn't get surprised, but they also don't notice that the rest of the party notices that because there's the weird ethereal light coming from basically all directions, and you still have like very faint shadows, but you still have shadows. And you walk for a while across the rusted metal, and you see that your shadows are acting weird. Like Dante's shadow might be doing literal shadow boxing and ringing. Like you walk past the shadow of an ancient train. Dante's shadow might punch the train of the shadow of the train. Briar shadow might do like this sort of gestury style, like shenanigans and shadow creatures and other weird performances. And Owen's shadow takes out a nightcap and just goes to sleep and just floats after Owen, just clearly asleep with a nightcap just like rolling around. And Sarani's shadow takes out the great axe and just looks very, very, very paranoid at like everything.
I roll Arcana to figure out what's happening.
Yeah.
It's my shadow boxing.
Yeah.
Uh,
And you look at the shadow.
27.
How much?
27.
27. That's enough. Dante looks at the shadow, and the shadow looks back at you, and it's like,
Okay then.
Sometimes in these sort of areas which have seen a lot of death and haven't been cleansed by priests or other holy creatures, there might gather enough like negative energies to make an area sort of haunted. And usually these sort of hauntings don't translate to physical harm, but you might have you might have some problems if certain, like if there's a lot of fear or panic or like weird undead shenanigans going on here. So
Dante is already punching his shadow.
yeah, and Owen gets the idea that none of you should be alone in this area, because especially alone, too much paranoia and too much loneliness can trigger weird magical phenomena in these sort of haunted areas. And then you can hear bashing and banging noises when Dante punches the ground where his shadow is. And the shadow tries to punch back, but because you're basically on the different planes of existence, nothing goes through to the other side except like Dante's making small craters in the ground and bending frosted metal.
Is Sarani still carrying the guy we picked up from the cage?
Yeah. And the guy is very focused on trying to open the manacles. He's you can hear some swearing because it's very difficult with wooden tools.
Don't worry, I believe in you. You can do this.
And instead you're bouncing and walking forward. You can do it.
The prisoner guy looks back with sort of adoring eyes and he's like, "Thanks, dearie. I need some motivation to get rid of this."
I don't know why he calls me deity. I think he's delusional.
It's a I think I called other people's theory also. It's just a thing. It's nothing personal. And then you see his eyes, the purple in his eyes grow more intense when he says, nothing personal. It's just business. And you see almost a jokerish smile on his mouth for just a couple of seconds, and then the purple goes out, and he's like, "What? Tinker, tinker, tinker."
DM, please tell me this is not the thing in another campaign I freed from a prison. Please don't tell me it's that one.
Rule number 1: don't never trust a smiling DM.
Oh
And
no.
I
There's
thought
a,
it was never trust when the DM rolls his dice.
That's one too.
yeah.
Oh boy. Dante is too focused punching the ground at the moment and kicking it.
Yeah.
Wait, so we're just leaving Dante behind, so he's just punching the ground like
Just
a
gonna
good,
keep
like
going.
20 feet behind us.
Yeah, but I mean, as for Briar, I wouldn't pay attention to Dante, like, because Briar wouldn't. Yeah,
Briar notices the punching sounds, and you notice that Dante is fighting the ground.
yeah, like whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not responsible for this hunk.
Actually, can I roll a perception to notice that they're leaving me behind?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I rolled a 3. That's a 9.
Yeah.
I don't
Mm,
think I noticed them leaving.
well, I don't
Or
think
do I?
they're still like actively stealthing, so you might notice that you're getting more alone. And because you do have danger sense, you do notice that danger is approaching, and you look around that the party is
Team?
getting away.
Yeah.
Team, where are you? Oh. Well. And dashing right to the party.
You always said it sounded like mechanical parts when he runs like tung, 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 tung.
Yeah, there's literally like would it be actually like a piston or a not
Yeah.
exactly a steam engine, but
Yeah, but like light piston sounds.
Yeah.
yeah, there is like machinery going on.
Yeah.
Um. Should now that we're approaching this cabin, do
Yeah.
we want to go stealthily, or what's the plan?
I mean,
Stealthy.
is there any chance that we can go stealthily, or can
Yes.
the universe hear the noise from the aforementioned pistons?
Yeah.
And
Well,
The hulking barbarians is running that way.
I mean,
Yeah, I mean, there are like you've heard some falling noises because some of the metal parts, both in the trains and in the stone ruins around you, have just collapsed. So it's not like there are. It is very quiet because there's no animal noises or and very little wind. But you have heard some crackles and bangs because like materia gives way to entropy, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
yeah.
Mm.
Well,
I think we can try, but I kind of have a problem with this. If I have to move more carefully,
well,
and I shake the man as he's still thinking with his like anklet.
well.
Not, dude, chill. I think because I think I can get the leg things off because I know how the lock works. So if you just give me a couple minutes, I'll get the leg rings off and then I can walk.
No,
Yeah.
but like,
Although apparently I do like being shaked. So whatever.
okay, so I'm not gonna do that again.
off.
Well,
Or you can break him. I mean, sure. I trust you. You guys are big and strong. You can just break him.
Should I?
no, I can always try to hide us. Like, well, I'm stealthy and I can try hide people with me. But
Mm,
is there any advantage to that?
well, I'm thinking if our friend might thought that it was relevant for us to hide if this big guy that feed him he might just be nice.
True. Or I can just go ahead, be the scout to search the area, look for anything else.
that actually does sound like a reasonable idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sending in the stealthy invisible scout to do
Yeah.
a sweep.
I'll
sneak.
even use pass without
Do a
trace.
barrel roll.
I'll use pass without trace and go stealth mode.
You cast pass without trace. Oh, right, it's a bubble around you. Never mind.
Yeah, we're not moving with.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a +10 to stealth,
So
which is fun.
that's 17 plus 10, so 27, 37.
You hear some. You hear Briar mutter some words in probably Sylvan casting a spell,
Yeah.
and then just vanish.
Yeah, and there's this weird effect of the pass without trace. You said there's almost no sound, but around Briar, it gets even quieter somehow. You just
That's
feel.
actually like a silent bubble.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. It's
Yep.
you just pause for a second, like, wait, this is actually like almost a what is the room called?
quiet.
Where, yeah, too quiet. Yeah.
Yep.
And I would go ahead, fly ahead, being sneakily dodging around, being small, and get close to the hut cabin kiosk.
The cabin in the woods. No,
Yes,
wait,
the
that's
cabin in
more.
the woods.
Yeah. So the wooden cabin is at the side of a ruined pile of rubble and statues. Some of them have been what's the word? What that you do in museums? Restored
Hmm.
to look better.
Okay.
And
Do I see
and
anyone?
the rest, you see people, and you see a couple of people, and you see what the kiosk is for. But to answer what the kiosk is for, I will tell you in 50 minutes, because now is a good time for a break.
Okay.
So viewers, we will have a small break, 15 minutes, and if you have any questions, just send them on the chat. I will keep an eye out on it, and yeah,
Yeah.
see you
See you
all
in 15 minutes.
soon. Yep.
See you soon.
And I wasn't ready. Oh, what happened? No, this is the right one. There we go. No one saw anything.
Oh,
And Hack is
okay
still
then.
muted. And the DM is muted. Someone cast a silence spell on him.
No, technology
That's
works
better.
just fine. There's no problems ever been with no technology ever.
Nah.
Yeah, everything is
No.
smooth sailing right now. So we're back.
Anyway, yeah.
Back
Welcome back.
from the void.
Yes. From one void to another.
Uh-oh.
For apparently we have some new viewers joining us. Welcome to the weird one-shot of our Chronicles of Lumainvoir. In the one-shot, we have 4 legendary heroes of Lumainvoir's past stuck in a weird limbo-esque part of the world with a lot of skeletons and ruined buildings and a train graveyard filled with, well, everything is rusted down and broken and forgotten. And these 4 legendary heroes, Owen, the totally young man with no old man problems, Briar, Sungust, Dante, the never ending, and Sarani. Shoot, I forgot the last name.
Like bronze.
Bronze. Yes, black. And have made great historical feats in Lumainvoir's past. For example, killed some Illithids and made the world a better place. And now they're stuck and they want to get out from this weird limbo place.
Yeah,
First,
first quit
you escape
hunting.
from a hole. First, you
Mhm.
Excavate. Escape.
escaped from a weird hole
Mhm.
using the skeleton structure of an forgotten god cobra creature, and now you find yourself in a huge cave with rusted remains of trains and wagons and other mechanical detritus. And other sides of the caves, there are a lot of ruins of old buildings from different eras. And in the middle of the cave, in the middle of the mechanical graveyard, you found a circus wagon with a manacled man, which you saved, and have gotten the leg manacles off. You could just like 2 characters with strength 20. You can just like rip them off.
Yeah,
You can roll if you want, but I'm just not forcing
let's
it
do it.
because
Just for the heck of it. Well, 20.
yeah,
Not on that
you
one.
rip the manacles of his legs, and then he has still those on his hands, but he's like, I want to try this myself because I'm a little bit rusty, and I just want to train because I haven't moved in a while, and
Is
don't
there
you?
some metal pieces like nearby?
yeah, a couple of like the shards of like the leg chains.
Well, Dante's gonna take a piece of the metal and just like bend it in his hand and make it a lockpick or like a makeshift
You
lockpick
need
out of
to
it.
sharpen it into a very fine point.
Yeah, just pressure.
That's gonna take a while, but you're doable. Yeah.
By the
This-
way,
Then
Sounds
give
like a strength check
yeah.
to me.
I think it's a strength check. What's the DM say?
Roll me an athletics check here.
All right.
By the way, at the same time, is it Owen is the youngest of all of us? Isn't he?
Depends.
Technically, might actually
necessarily.
be true.
Yeah, I was
It
wondering about
might
this.
be. I'm actually curious now. Which one of us is
Yeah,
the
I
oldest?
was thinking about this.
Stop thinking in linear time. Like,
Okay.
Okay,
Uh,
well,
Also,
I'm
it was
because
23.
technically, I mean, in this life, Dante might be the youngest, but also he has existed maybe for the longest time. But his life has he's died and came back to life many times.
yeah.
Same problem with Briar. He's been alive, but he's also been asleep in basically a coma.
Yeah,
or kind of dead.
most of the years, yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
Owen and Sarani uses the border between life and death as a skip rope, so just okay.
So yeah, considering existence, Dante might be the oldest,
Yeah.
yet the time spent alive might still go to the old man.
Yeah, because there might have been periods in Dante's life he's been killed in something, and then he's just been laying in a shallow grave for like 200 years, 300 years, 500 years, and then some random cultist been like, there's this huge mechanical demigod which I can raise and return to life, and then it's gonna serve me. And then Dante wakes up and is like, thanks, bro.
Pretty much. Yeah, and literally, like when he revives, it's usually like a day or two before he dies again.
Yeah,
It's literally like rise up, a fight, die, and
Yeah.
repeat.
Yep. So an earthen druid, the fiery conflict, reborn, and airy, and a tiefling who rides with the winds of air, and then
Just a random
flowing,
fae.
flowing random.
One random fave, yeah. They're always a bit random.
Yeah.
But anyhow,
watered by the
23
powers of
on
the
the
sentient
strength
wood.
check.
Yeah.
23 on the strength check.
Yeah, you take some time, but you can just like as someone would mold clay, you just mold freaking iron because
Yeah.
But
And after that, it's gonna have to
Yeah.
hand it over to the old fellow.
Yeah. So before the break, Briar went stealthy with a stealth roll of a meager 37,
yes.
and because you saw at the north end of the cave, it feels like it's a limited space, although you can see the walls unless you're very close to them. And you saw this wooden small store, basically, which looked like a ticket booth or a kiosk or something. Briar flew closer to it, and you saw half a dozen people just milling around the kiosk. It is more of a small store with one of the sides opened, and then there's a small like a small raised hood which can block the
Okay.
kiosk's entrance for nights. And then you see a lot of like random stuff just being sold in the kiosk, like small trinkets and bigger trinkets and like foods and drinks and whatnot. And then you see this very big burly looking or like very big fat looking baldy bald human innkeeper, like a innkeeper person who looks very like slimy and
Okay,
sleazy.
but there's definitely activity around, so
Yep.
we're not okay. Huh. Could I just get what is being sold in there? Is it like general
Roll me
goods or
a perception check.
Sprite? That's a 15 plus perception or insight.
Perception.
So that's then 23.
23. Yeah. You look at the action for a while, just a half a dozen of people just walking around, and they look like they would be queuing to buy something like food, like some foods or drinks or a tourist trinket or whatever.
Okay.
You look at it for a while because something seems off about the entire transaction, and you look at it for a while, and you realize that of the half a dozen people around the kiosk, only one seems to truly move, and that's the innkeeper. The others are just milling around and moving in such a pattern that they seem like they are buying and paying customers, but really they're moving in such a fashion that they just create the illusion of a
Okay.
crowd of people with a common goal of something.
So there's only the innkeeper and these spectral customers,
No,
sort of.
everyone and everything looks corporeal.
Corporeal. Okay. Um, but they're moving in a very weird
Yeah,
pattern.
like no one buys anything,
Yeah.
no money exchanges hands, and even if the people look like they're small talking with each other, no sound can be
Okay.
heard.
Can I see? Are there like what are the products that are being sold behind the guy, or is there just the guy standing there?
Yeah, the guy just walks around and looks and cleans a glass and fixes some small trinket has fallen from the shelf, and he just puts it back on and shines it, and
Okay.
lots of like small, like sort of tourist decoration stuffs, and yeah, it's a sort of trinket store, like
Oh,
maybe some small tools.
okay. Now this is a question for the DM. Since my Dryad's gift gives me the ability to send messages through plantation and woods, would there be sufficient plantation or woods to send message through? It's basically
Nope.
gusts of wind and okay, that's totally
Yeah.
understandable. In that case, I would just scurry back to the group while still remaining my stealthiness and inform the whole group about this situation of the innkeeper going around and these weird torsos without purpose just milling around.
As you arrive, that's the moment where Sarani turns to the others and goes like, and that's why they call it a spoon.
And then I go on a ramble about what's happened.
Do they have? Do they have a reasonable selection of theater tickets?
No, I did. No, I did. I didn't see any tickets. No one sold anything. No one bought
Any
anything.
tickets?
No.
But does that mean that all the plays have been sold out? They must be brilliant then. We need to go talk to them immediately. And I start walking towards the kiosk with my cane.
I was the Bryce's head just going like, okay, like, sure.
Yeah, they follow.
I am still confused. Why are we looking for a theater again?
Because there's a ticket booth right there. Keep up.
And I just go,
Okay.
The old man, the best man.
Yep.
I walk towards the kiosk with like a sort of steady, like sort of sound from when the like staff kind of hits the ground, and with I walk with determination.
I was just
towards-
gonna say that, like, doof, doof. I demand tickets.
All the tickets.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you walk to the booth and you see people milling around, and the only reason why you recognize that the people act wonkily is that you've been told that they act wonkily, although Owen might not realize this because his memory isn't what it used to be. And you walk to, there's a big, fat, sleazy looking owner of this fine establishment.
Okay, I walk over and I'm like, I'd like tickets to your finest play, please.
The guy's like, play? What's oh, play? Yes. We do. We have all the finest play tickets. Just follow me into my fight store, and we will see what we have in store.
I'd like to roll insight.
Can we others roll insight?
10.
10. I mean, he looks a little bit sleazy, but he sounds like he knows what he's talking about. I mean, yeah. Although he might scamp you on the tickets because he looks like the person who would sell with too high a price.
So we
Okay.
all see the same situation, right?
Yeah.
I'm afraid to answer.
I'm still. I would be hiding still. I rolled a new stealth check for 33.
This is peculiar. Oh, by the way, does the shopkeeper react anyway in the one that's in our fighter's arms?
Yeah, like everyone but the Fae would be visible, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So
actually-
at this point,
Actually,
So the
when you
old man is also visible.
mhm.
Actually, when you start going closer to the shop, you realize that the prisoner you're carrying is stayed behind, and you have a high enough passive perception that you see he stayed behind one of the bigger pieces of debris at the edge of the of the train yard, just like skulking around, and just he stayed behind to
Wait.
hide.
Did he get his arms free?
No, he still has the like there's like there's a length of chain, so he has some arm movement, but they're still connected with the heavy manacles.
Mm-hmm. So he just hopped off at some point and none of us noticed.
No, I mean after you got the leg manacles off, he
Yeah.
was walking by himself.
Oh, okay.
And now he's walked off on his own, basically.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay.
So as I walk towards like as I'm going around the kiosk, heading towards the door, I actually look at the guy real quick and I kind of tell him, I think for a theater proprietor, it's very bad manners to put viewers in a jail cell, even if it is for bad behavior. I wonder what he did.
What you talking about, mister? I haven't. There's no prisoners here.
The man in the train car.
He turns around, looks at Brian, at Owen, and he's like, so the man is he's he's still alive and on the loose.
I mean, didn't you feed him?
Yeah, but it's kind of complicated because I mean, yeah, I've fed him because I found him, and I felt sorry for the guy.
What did he do?
I really don't know. God, he's been here before me, and he was probably a bad man, I suppose.
Um, honestly, I don't know either. But now that you bring it up, do you know where this is? It's a very grimy place, and it's kind of weird. Where are we?
Oh, it's a it's a location. It's a like it's a weird corner of the world, but I mean, people like yourselves probably great heroes like yourselves have seen. Whereas I'm assuming just you're looking for a treasure or something and just found yourself here.
What
It's
makes
just-
you
it's a-
think
it's
we're
a-
great heroes?
You look like heroes.
Oh, really now?
I'm wearing green robes and I have a beard long enough to wrap half the globe around. How does that make me look like a hero?
Well, he takes a long pause,
Is this a very
measures you up
heroic
and is
stick to you?
I'm practically a walking corpse.
Which one, me or you?
Both.
Hi.
hi. Yeah. So, I mean, you guys are here, aren't you? It's this is
Us being here make us heroes? I'm gonna need you to clarify a little bit.
I would assume as such because well, this is corner of
on,
the world
tell.
where no just normal people don't just get to here.
You a great hero then? What's your heroic thing? You sold out of all the theater tickets?
What the fuck? I mean, where there's people, there's business, and I must say, I'm just a noble, humble seller of things.
By this point, would any of us have noticed that the so-called customers don't seem perfectly normal?
Yeah. You're inside. Did you go inside the house? Inside
Not
the
yet.
store?
No. I'm
Yeah.
very purposefully staying outside of the house.
Okay. Roll me perception or insight.
Hmm,
Perception 19.
Yep.
that'll do it. Maybe.
8.
8.
So perception or insight,
Mhm.
right?
Your choice. Yeah.
Yoinks. That's 10 plus 6. That's 16. Perception.
16. Okay. So, sorry, multitasking penalties. What did you guys roll?
19.
19. Yeah, that's enough.
16.
And I believe 8.
That's not enough.
Oh my god, you have so many cool things here.
Don't touch anything. Okay.
What can I say? Maybe the wind blew it my way.
Then you may keep it.
Yeah. So everyone else except Sarani gets the feeling that people have started to like gather around you guys just as a they are settling in like what around you
Like in a
almost
circle.
yeah like
Oh.
this sort of very smooth ambush maybe.
Oh, wonderful. I haven't fought in a while. This would be interesting.
Will be a mercy killing.
Briar would
Ooh.
definitely keep his distance in a sense while hiding, like being outside of the circle and just observing the situation.
Yeah. Okay.
3
So
inside the circle, 1 outside.
yeah. So just okay, sure. Just let's get down with it. Roll me an initiative.
And since I'm being a barbarian of this high level, that's gonna be an advantage on
Oh wait,
initiative.
what's my initiative?
15.
Oh wait, how do you calculate your initiative?
It's
Dexterity
your
plus
Dexterity.
if you're. Yeah, it's usually just plus dex. But I think there's stuff that can give you bonuses to it. But
Bard can give you with the Jack of all
Oh,
trades.
so it's
And,
just dexterity. Okay, yeah,
yeah,
there's
usually.
dex.
yeah, that works
Also,
fine.
alert might help the feat.
Yeah.
But let's do this. Advantage on initiative rolls. Yoinks, that's so.
Ugh.
No. Oh! Well, blimey. How should I say this? Well, my biggest roll with advantage was a 5. One of my rolls was a nat 1.
So your total
happens.
initiative is like 6 or something.
I rolled a 4 on the first one, and I have +1 on initiative, so that's
So 5.
5.
So Ronnie.
The 5.
19.
That one.
I did a thing, yeah.
Congratulations, Speedy
Yeah.
Gonzalez.
14
Briar.
for 14.
Okay.
So I assume that we did lose the HP at the beginning, right?
Yes, and we haven't
Yep.
healed afterwards. So unless the
Nope.
place has like a magical healing aura that's
Yeah.
been slowly restoring us the whole time.
Oh, how much did we lose in the beginning?
20.
20
20.
points.
20. Okay.
I
So-
believe if Briar is currently invisible and stealth at 33, that Briar would get a surprise round. Would I be correct?
Mm-hmm.
So is there anything you want to do before any of the rest of us do anything?
How do you rule this, DM? Do I get one action or do I get a full round before or
You get a full round.
okay? Then, assuming everyone's hostile.
Mm-hmm.
Unless this guy gives us some pretty decent theater tickets, I'm gonna get hostile. I mean,
So am I. So am I.
Where are my tickets?
These have to be some killer tickets.
In the last minutes, Owen turns into Batman. Where are my tickets?
Where's Rachel?
Where's Rachel? Oh man.
Oh my.
I'm just gonna use my turn to cast haste on myself
Mm-hmm.
because that's a cool spell.
it is.
Yep.
And,
Until you drop it.
Yep. And then I'm gonna.
Then you're a lethargic
gonna.
popsicle.
Instant fatigue.
Yeah.
Is haste a concentration spell?
Yes.
Yes.
Oui.
That means I can't use favored foe because that's also concentration.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then. Huh.
But if we're being surrounded, then you could probably get a flanking bonus.
Yeah, technically. And attacking from hiding, so that's advantage.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
advantage you have advantage anyway.
But yeah,
so-
you do drop your what was it? Well, the one that gives you +10 to stealth.
oh
Yep.
yeah.
Oh right,
Pass
That
without a
goes.
trace. Yeah.
pass without
Well,
a trace.
Yeah,
Pass without
yeah. I
trace
dropped
drops.
that when I cast haste. Yes.
Yeah.
Damn, this level 15 characters. It's way too much
Yeah,
to do.
they have a lot going on.
Oh,
Yep.
I haven't. Oh, God damn it.
Oh,
Well-
the mathematical formulas that have to be
Well,
considered.
I
So Briar is at a distance of say 40 feet.
well, in that case, God damn it, I haven't written down my attack bonus. Whatever it is. Well, I'm gonna just. How many of these random dudes are there in addition to this big
5.
guy? 5. Okay,
Yep.
I'm gonna attack 4 of those guys. Now I'm just gonna quickly need to figure out what my attack bonus is.
No, you attack. I mean, if you use your action to cast haste. Oh
You
yeah,
get
you get
one
the,
free
you-
action.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm hasted.
you get-
I attack.
Yeah.
Then I attack. Oh, wait.
You-
Sorry. If I use my haste action
Mhm.
as a attack action, do I get my double attack?
Nope.
No. Okay,
No.
then it's just
yes, you
one.
do.
Do I?
You
One
because
hit.
You use your normal action to cast haste, and then you get the haste
Mhm.
action, which you can use in attack, and then because you have extra attack, you can attack twice.
Yes, that's
On haste
exactly.
first.
Yes.
Does it work with haste, the extra attack?
Oh well,
No,
I
it doesn't.
can just. Can I just turn it around?
Yes, it does because you use an action
No.
to use
Yeah.
the attack action.
Use
So,
an
yeah,
use
extra
an
attack
action to use an attack action, and I have double attack. Well, extra attack,
Extra attack, yeah.
and when
Mm-hmm.
I use my distance strike, I teleport 10 feet each time I shoot, and when I shoot 2
Mhm.
different targets, I can shoot a third time. So I shoot 3
Um,
targets.
Haste does mention that you use the attack action One weapon attack only.
Okay.
Oh,
Great.
okay. So haste itself makes the
Yeah. Yeah,
Mhm.
haste itself says one weapon attack only.
Okay,
Dash,
yeah.
disengage, or hide,
Yeah.
or use an object.
Then I'm not gonna attack at all. I'm just gonna stay hidden.
But you can
What?
still make one attack.
Yes, I can,
Technically
but
you
I,
could, but
I still lose.
Mhm.
I lose my stealth
Mm.
in a sense because I'm still
Yeah, I
hidden.
think you'd need like improved invisibility
Yeah.
to stay.
Greater invisibility.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
So I'll just keep hidden really
you
hastily.
can hide in the ground. You can hide in the ground. You can just fly into the dirt like.
I
I'm
like it,
staying hidden, but I'm staying hidden really fast.
yeah.
Quickly like
Exactly.
a blur in the background
Yeah.
behind these fellows.
Yeah.
And we just hear like a release, like soft.
Yeah.
The wings are like suddenly they're like an absolute
I was
blur. It's like a
thinking about
hummingbird.
You know the sound when you turn your AC or your fan from 2 to 4. It goes.
Mm.
Oh,
But yeah, I'll stay hidden.
just like
Smart
too
move.
much caffeine.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're
How much
hiding
coffee did you give that one?
all the caffeine.
Mhm.
Actually, yeah, that was his the hiding surprise round, and then we have the normal round, starting with the people around the place.
They rolled
So-
higher than 19.
Oof.
Yep.
Dun,
Oh, yeah.
dun, dun.
They're going fast.
So the people are trying to grapple with Sarani and Dante.
Okay, go right ahead
Mhm.
and try. I guess I need to roll against, do I?
Yep.
Let's see here. How does it go?
29!
Yep. No.
Mm-hmm.
So roll athletics. If because
I...
the people try to like wrestle you and bind you and just
Mm.
hug you very violently so that
Um,
you can't move.
Wait, 22.
22. Yeah, no. They try and hug you guys and just like make a dog pile, and then you both like do this sort of what I call a sour maneuver, just like
Yeah.
It's like little,
And just
like,
holding
they're all,
everyone
they're all
away.
flying away, like, ah.
Mhm.
Then it's Sarani's turn. You are surrounded by 5 random looking normal, like very generic looking humanoids.
Sorry,
Mhm.
If
my turn?
Mm.
Or
you are 14, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Sarani's turn.
Oh, Sarani's turn. Yeah.
Ronnie, and then me. I'm 15,
Yep.
and then you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm the
Oh, and the
last.
shopkeeper might have a turn, actually.
Shopkeeper is at 14 also, so Briar
Oh,
goes
okay.
first.
Yep.
Okay.
Then first I'm gonna use my bonus action to invoke Giant's Might.
You grow again?
Beware my power.
Uh,
Oh,
and
again.
I will my axe and make 3 quick attacks. And I'm gonna use my evil die just to see if it actually works this time.
Uh-oh.
So the first attack is a 19.
Yeah, that hits.
Right. I'm just gonna roll all the attacks because I'm gonna attack 3 different targets.
Yeah.
The second attack is a 24.
Yep.
And the last attack is a 29.
All of them hits,
No.
curiously enough.
Okay. So 3d12, and I would like the first attack because I'm in my giant form to get plus 1d8.
Yep.
And so yeah, it's a 7 plus 8 plus 5. It is a 13 on the first one, a 15 on the second one, and another 13.
Yep.
41 altogether.
You punch at the guys like playing the more whack-a-mole, and one of the 3 people just fall down and disappear.
Right. Um, that's my turn.
Owen.
Next up, old
Right.
man.
So basically, what we still have in front of us is 2 enemies, and the shopkeeper. Is it, or
Four,
is
no,
there a
four.
small
Four
army?
normal
Four
guys and
enemies.
the shopkeeper.
Yeah. Four.
4 and the
Yeah.
shopkeeper. Okay.
Mhm.
Well, considering that my character is what we in the gaming circles refer to as squishy, I'm gonna.
Very technical language.
Oh yes, indeed. I'm gonna start out by so Owen kind of sighs, shakes his head a little, and he pulls out this tiny piece of bark from one of his like tiny pouches that he has hanging at his belt, and he mutters something, and drops the piece of bark, and the piece of bark kind of attaches itself to his skin, and it grows into like this armor. So basically, I cast bark skin.
Mhm.
Um, and then, as a bonus action, I would like to step into the dream and teleport 60 feet away from the circle of enemies
Okay.
and step back out again. And that's my turn.
Oink. All right. Next
Okay.
up was the ranger.
Yes. So 4. Now that everyone hears the sound of this very loud fan going on in somewhere, because no one knows where, but somewhere.
You wouldn't happen to be a metal fan, were you?
uh, I'm gonna attack all 4 of those random dudes, not the shopkeeper.
Yep.
And before, what you guys see is there's a myth about the white lotus of the forest. And this is the first time. I don't know if any of, well, Dante has seen, because he's fought Briar,
Yeah, and
and
died.
Owen has seen it, but Sarani hasn't. And where it comes from, what you see now, especially while Briar is hasted, you just see these blinks of white light go off that look like uh, lotuses. And I'm gonna attack 4 different people while still blinking all over the place and leaving 3 white splashes
When
of
you
light.
wish upon a star. Bang, bang,
Yes.
bang, you're dead.
And I'm gonna roll all I'm attacking different guys. I'm gonna roll all the attacks first. So the
I
first
don't know
one.
if it's just me, but the whole talk of the metal fan got me thinking. Like, I'm actually picturing this happening to the tune of the guitar solo at the beginning of Rain and Blood. You know, the Slayer song.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah,
So,
Yes. Or
Good choice.
Hand of Blood.
yep.
First one is 18.
That hits.
Okay. Second one is 28. 29.
Just barely.
Okay. Third one is 30.
Probably hits, yeah.
And last one is 18.
18, yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
And then this is way
Roll
too
damage to all
hard.
of them.
This is way
But
too
I guess
hard.
each separately, since you hit each separate target.
Yes. And where is it? I didn't do. Yeah, I'll use the bonus action on the first one.
Mm-hmm.
First one to turn it into into force damage and
Yep.
take extra 2d8, so 3d8
Mm-hmm.
damage.
Yep.
3, that's equals to 14 plus 5, so that's 9. No, 19 for the first one.
Yep.
And then the next ones are just d8s. That second one's 7.
Yep.
Third one is 13. And the fourth one is 8.
Yep.
There we go. And I basically Briar does this also out of flavor. that he blinks around while shooting and returns to the exact same spot that he was in.
Hello, Tracer.
Yes.
Bunker. Symbols of
That's my turn. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yes, love. The cavalry is here.
Now, I guess
The
it's the
cavalry is here.
monstrosities.
Yeah, it's the monster's turn, and you see the innkeeper just like looking around. The people have been in basically melting away. Two more of the peasants just like fall down and disappear without literally any trace
Okay.
because they got tracered. Ha ha ha.
Just
Did
wait
they
for the
make
pulse
joke about-
bomb.
Yep. Shh, I'm charging my. Oh no, wait, that was Lux. Never mind, wrong game.
Mhm.
The innkeeper is like, fine, whatever. Just this isn't business anymore. This is personal. He walks back. He starts backing away to the closer to the his store, and the peasants just melt away and like do their best imitation of T1000 and melt away, joining the store. And when the innkeeper goes to the store's like it has been a block-shaped house until so far, but you can see it starts to crackle, and the red colored woods outside start turning into red amphibious looking scales, while the innkeeper itself merges with the inn, creating forming two eyes and a very big beak, while the two people that melted join the inn, forming two ginormous tentacles, and the inn has turned into this giant octopus,
Mhm.
like dark skinned monstrosity looking octopus straight from hell.
I remember this
There's
creature.
some kind of roll that we can make in order to find out what it is.
Arcana.
I remember this
Yeah.
creature.
I would like to try this because I have advantage on all arcana checks.
27.
9.
Yeah, Briar has no idea.
A 9.
10.
Briar just knows I need to defeat this evil to protect.
Yeah. Yeah, that's like Briar gets enough to roll. That's a bad thing. Bad mojo.
Yeah.
So
Oh.
Owen got 28, 27.
27. Yeah.
Yeah. So you seem to recall you've been reading about a creature called Balhanoth, which is an like a shadowy predator predator creature who has the ability to turn into any innocent looking forms, creating a lair into places where people die or have died, and where where their souls are left, because it feasts on souls and just like turns into this innocent looking forms and just lures people closer, where they just ambushes and eats them. And it has also a lair. Usually when it turns into an innocuous looking form, it has some sort of lair where it just like traps people, and people just stay trapped while it slowly drains them into oblivion.
I remember this fine creature
Yeah.
from a certain other campaign.
Yeah.
Could I say it was a lawful,
Oh, go.
Okay, I'm not gonna say it.
Just
I'm not gonna
go.
say it.
Alignment is a stupid vestigial system. Hot take. If anyone disagrees, you're free to join me, fight me in the chat. So I mean, you see, it had 6 tentacles to start with. 4 of the tentacles have been like, you see basically stumps of them left. And okay, sure. 2 of the other tentacles lashes out that are giant Saurani, but you have enough armor and a shield. Oh no, you have a great axe, but you still have enough armor to just like take the hits and just like tank him. Then we have The barbarian
Yeah, that
thingamajig.
would be Dante next.
Yep.
And as this happened, Dante lets
Yeah.
out a small sigh before doing a sort of a holy motion.
Dante gets
Yep.
first hit. Your AC. What's your AC?
14.
Yep, that hits.
Okay. Ah! Don't hurt me.
You haven't raged
Wait,
yet, by the way.
Wait.
Oh yeah, true. I haven't.
Yeah,
I should
Wait.
have.
you should
You
have.
get
But oh
hit.
well.
21.
Yeah.
Then
24
I would like
points
to.
of
I would like to
piercing.
use Rune Shield.
Oh.
As my reaction, you re-roll the d20
Okay,
and use the next roll.
that hits still.
Oh
Okay.
fuck!
24
Um,
points of piercing damage from the tentacle.
Okay. 24.
Yeah,
That's
it's just like
fine.
there's a lot of mass and still the
Mhm.
sort of absorbing element in the tentacles, like
Mhm.
um,
Oh. Is it the barbarian's turn?
barbarian's turn. Yeah.
Wonderful. Since Dante's gonna let out a small of a sigh before doing a kind of a holy symbol like motion, which causes a triggering response in the body that kind of might sound like a bit like overclocking the body, as almost like at first, if one saw Dante's eyes, they were like cataract white with a pale aquamarine glow to them. Now it starts to look like the aquamarine fire is coming out of the torso, as this character is entering a rage.
I would
Entering
like
a
to
holy rage. So, and that would mean, yes, I would like rage, and I would like to make my 2 attacks reckless.
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
That
Strength,
was the
buddy.
first roll, and it was already a 19 on the biggest roll, so I assume
Yep.
30
AC
hits.
17. Yep.
That's the 30. I assume 30 hits. And next roll would be 16 and another 19, so 30.
Yep.
I assume they both hit. Wonderful.
Yep.
Time to roll some damage. So 2
Wait,
hits
do you
of
just
D8.
punch them?
Yeah, literally this character goes for a pummeling. Just goes straight up to the creature and just starts pummeling it.
Huh.
And let's
Do
see.
you attack the tentacles or do you attack the main body of the creature?
Do I reach the main body?
Yeah, you can walk. You can just walk to the main body and
Mm.
punch it.
Yeah, the character just steadily walks and just goes for a pummeling. Firstly an uppercut and then pummeling downwards. Let's see. Damage. Yoink! Okay, that's nice. That would be... Oh, and of course rage bonus. So that would be 10 radiant damage.
Mhm.
Plus the 22... 28 magical bludgeoning damage.
That's
Bonk.
a lot of damage.
From 2 basic fists to the face. I cast fist.
Muscle wizard cast fist.
I need to make that at some point, by the way.
Muscle wizard.
Yeah.
Muscle wizard cast fist.
Mhm.
Armstrong.
Yep.
Mm.
I'm strong. Great character. Awesome energy.
Massive punch.
Yep. Then it's the creature's turn. Oh, okay. Dante,
Go
roll.
on. Grapple me. Go on, I dare you.
The creature turns its 2 ginormous eyes at Dante, and Dante rolls a wisdom save.
That I did not want to hear, you know?
Oh
That
no,
was
it's the
something I did
barbarian.
not want to hear. Let's see. Okay, first roll was a 14. Oh, wait. 14 on the roll, and wisdom is a +1, so 15 on the roll.
Not enough.
Okay,
You
I'm gonna
see
use
that-
fanatical focus. I'm gonna use fanatical focus to re-roll a saving throw.
Okay,
once per rage.
Yep.
Well, that's a 19.
That's enough. You see the creature starting to disappear like a mirage in a desert, and then you just like focus on it really intently, and the disappearing stops, and then the creature becomes corporeal again.
You like
Really
focus and
tried
you
that
punch
on
it
me.
again, so it just stops disappearing.
Yep, and the creature looks at you saw its like ginormous eyes just turn to you and just focus on you, and you focus back, and then the creature is like almost shrugging its shoulders and punch you with a tentacle.
With advantage.
Yep,
No.
luckily because the first roll was a nat one.
Oh, come on.
11, 13,
Yeah.
18, 21 points. So 10 points of piercing.
Yep. 10 points. I'm fine with that.
Yep.
I'm
Rage
still above 100.
sustains.
I'm still above 100.
Sarani.
Oh, me already. I would, as I see the beast wailing on Dante, I feel the rage walk grow inside of me as I grab my axe and I slam the bottom of it into the floor, and you hear this metallic ringing sound as wind circulates around me, and electricity start to go along my legs and my body as I invoke a storm rune as a bonus action, and then I make my 3 attacks again.
Mhm.
Let's see if I hit on any of them. And I try to.
This is gonna be
Am I
shocking.
within range of the beast, or do I need to move closer to it?
Let me just. You're within 15 feet, so
Right. So I move, so I am within range.
Yeah. And you have
your
the
range is
size increase, so that does damage as well.
Yeah. What'd you say?
You have the size increase as well,
Oh yeah,
don't you?
I know. On one,
Mm.
it only increases damage on one. So I have a bonus. Do I hit on? Do I hit on a 23?
Yep.
Do I hit on a 26?
Yep.
On a 29?
Yep.
Okay, good. That means that's 3d12 plus a d8, and plus 5 for each d12.
I'm
That
starting to
was a
pity this
shitty
poor
roll.
monster.
That's 9. That's 18. That's 13, 14. 19 damage.
Okay.
Not that good of a roll.
Yeah. Yeah. It just you cut one of the tentacles and then make a huge gashing wound on its forehead, and it looks very blooded. You see it starting to bleed this sort of black sludge like blood from an opening, basically on where a normal creature would have forehead.
Hmm.
Owen.
Right. Awesome. That's my
My
turn.
turn, is it?
Yep.
Okay.
Old man.
Right. So having seen all this happening, I kind of look at this display of lightning, crackling energy, and all that, and I just kind of go, I cast Call Lightning.
It's,
yeah,
Hey,
nice.
Yeah.
This is the anime moment where you look into your each other's eyes and you go,
Oh,
Oh, twinkle, ching.
Uh-oh.
So some of the misty fog-like clouds above you coalesce into dark gray storm clouds, and a huge bolt of lightning strikes the creature.
I'm gonna cast it at level 3 to start with, though. So it needs to roll a Dex save, and it's gonna either take full damage or half damage.
What's your spell save DC?
My spell save DC is 18.
I'm gonna make that
Just
roll at
barely.
disadvantage. With
Oh, not you, just the monster. I'm not
I know.
targeting you.
I'm gonna make the monster roll disadvantage. Storm rune does
Oh,
so that.
you can do that. That's
I can,
brilliant.
when I invoke this, I have 1 minute where with my reaction, I can make any creature I see within 60 feet. I'll have disadvantage or advantage on an ability roll. Wait, it's a strength. It's a strength. It's a saving throw, so I don't think I can do it with.
Saving throw, so I don't know if it
No.
applies.
It's if you if until the same when you or another creature you see within 6 feet makes an attack roll, a saving throw, or an ability check, you can use your reaction to
So
give them
yes.
advantage or disadvantage.
Yes, you can.
It's
So you
so
give it
awesome.
disadvantage.
Yeah.
So yeah, with
Awesome.
a disadvantage, it's just fails.
That's 11 damage.
That's enough. How do you want to do this? That's enough.
Okay. So I kind of want to play on the fact that I'm not really doing this by myself because Sarani's kind of part of this. So I kind of want the lightning bolt to kind of work in such a way that the kind of crackling from the lightning kind of envelops her too. So it's kind of like there's this awesome display of electrical energy that's kind of just circles the monster and just fuels her at the same time, and just so the monster just blows up in this beautiful display of light and
gore.
force.
Yeah, and gore.
Or like black oil. Like you see, basically, the light envelops these two characters, and then you feel you all feel the hairs on your body stand on end, and then the lightning grounds itself, and then there's a half a second where the creature just like stops moving and starts vibrating, and then you get the sight of a water balloon filled with black tar, just like.
Dante is in the spatter zone.
Yep.
So it's around.
If you
Like-
want, you can roll dexterity saves to dodge being enveloped in black goo.
I'm gonna give
With
myself
danger
advantage.
sense, I assume that's advantage.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Both was get advantage.
Oh my god! I don't have my reaction anymore. Fuck this.
I didn't need advantage. That was a nat 20.
That's 20.
So you do this sort of almost a backflip style maneuver when you see the guy just like, it's gonna blow, just like dodge away, do ukemis and cartwheels just away from the explosion, which use a black explosion on your backside, and just you cartwheel away. Walk away.
It's like a variation on the theme of like slowly walking away from a huge explosion. Like she's like triple backflipping away from us.
Dante is following right next to her, like just being a smaller version of that.
I don't know why, but there's something beautiful in the idea. I'm gonna empower her with lightning and storm, and then the explosion just covers us in black goo. and you're like, oh, I tried to make it look cool.
Come on.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah,
Well.
and then when the black goo just rains down, silence falls down upon the lands once again. The wind blows in the air, and some crumbling noises in the background, but nothing else you can hear.
Oh, that happened.
Huh. Oh,
Our friend has something to say, most likely. Where is he right now?
I mean, he's dead.
oh yeah. Can I make a perception check to see if the chained up guy is somewhere to be found?
Yeah.
Can I still give him advantage on this last check before my 1 minute of Storm Rune runs out?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you use the Storm Rune for like 2 rounds in combat, so you still have
Yeah.
like 40 seconds. It's fine.
Yeah.
So
Before all that, can I kind of also like I'd also like to look around, and if I notice that that Briar is looking for this guy, I kind of want to give him a quick pat on the back and go, "Good luck," and cast guidance.
You
we
shout-
want to find this guy.
you shout after me. Good luck.
You don't pat on the back.
Good
You
luck.
just like move his forehead or something, because he's like,
Tiny.
okay, you can pat on the back, but he almost falls down.
Is it? It's D4.
Yeah.
That's a
Yeah,
plus
it's a
D4, so you
D4.
have advantage plus 1d4 on the roll.
Okay, that's not the best, but sure. Rolled 1 on the D4.
Well, it's still something.
Oh, 15 plus my perception is 23.
You see him. He's not behind the broken piece of metal detritus anymore. He's retreated a little ways back to the train graveyard, and you see him gathering. He's found a metal piece of a rail or something, and you see him use it as leverage to open one of the empty shells of a train's motor shell parts. And he's opened it, and he's like, you can see basically his legs and backside coming out from one of the train's shells, and you can hear some whistling and banging around in the train's engines
Okay,
when he's there, like
so I was in
inside.
middle of doing something. I fly right behind him, like 5 to 10 feet behind him, and just
Yep.
yo, what you doing?
Bang! You hear a surprise startle and something, a bone cracking on something metal, and he swears in a language you don't recognize the language, but it's a swear word because swears are kind of universal. And he like crawls out of the engine. Is like he got a small cut on his forehead, and it's like, I've just you. I looked at you guys. You had the fight handled up, and I was just like about to see if there's anything salvageable in the train, so we could just like get out of here. Because I promised you guys I would help, and I thought that we could find something in these engines that would make us some sort of flying thingamajig to that we could fly. Because there's walls on those sides, and then I've figured the only way away is up, or I know the way is up.
And you can see from Briar's expression that he completely stopped listening halfway through this explanation of trains and metals and stuff, and like that's just like you could have just helped us, but okay, whatever. I'll leave you to the other guys.
With
And
what? I don't have my book. I don't have my knife. I can't help you with anything, except with this. I have my brains.
have you heard of a meat shield? And
Don't even.
I just
I don't even have my meat shield. I can't help with that either.
I just dart off while at the same time pointing at the guy that to the others. I'm like, yeah, he's there.
Mm. Dante's just gonna go check up and go like,
Yeah.
"What you
And
doing?"
and because Sarani is still like in giant form, now that you see where to look, you hear some small clanging and banging when the guy is inside the train engine.
As I slowly shrink in size, it's kind of like an atmospheric pressure lightning when the storm wears off, so it kind of gives like a little wave of air out from her as it lifts the dust on the ground. As she shrinks.
Yep.
Mm.
While they're doing all that, can I investigate the kiosk?
Yeah.
I'd like to
So-
know what's in there.
Yeah.
Well,
So part of the kiosk turned into the body of the Balhonoth, but still partly inside the corpse of the former octopus-like creature, you can see a big metal box, which was part of the kiosk before.
Okay. So what's in the
Alright.
metal box?
So you look at
What's
you
in
just
the box?
what's in that box? You just like wipe off some of the goo and is surprised that whatever the metal is of the box, the metal it was inside this creature, and there's no signs of corrosion whatsoever. It's just shiny, like almost silvery metal, which hasn't been affected by anything that happened around it. It's like 1.5 meters tall and 2 meters broad. So very big sort of chest, kind of.
Okay. Well, in that case, what I would like to do is there's nothing else in here. It's just the metal box.
Yeah, like the rest is like goo covered ruins and statues of like the same stuff that you've been seeing so far. white faded ruins statues and ruins. Well, now most of the ruins close by are covered with the goo blood. But
I'm gonna walk outside of the kiosk just for a minute, just so I can yell out across the train yard to where the others are, just to go, "Hey, I need one of you brawny types to break open this box."
Please say break open a box.
I use thaumaturgy to speak, and it's not that much that my voice is louder. It's just you feel my voice kind of like crawling around your ear if you're within range, and just feel like hear me say, Dante, could you go help them?
Fine. Yes, Dante comes around, and what does the box look like?
well, you clean it off the goo, and it's like 1.5 meter times 1.5 meter times 2 meter big chest with like small hinges on the back and a clearly visible like uh, edge where or line where you can probably open the chest. No like handles
Not
or anything.
visible
It's just
traps or stuff like that.
nothing visible. Just the small
Mhm.
hinges and the edge of where it probably can be opened.
I would, since I left the guy inside the whatever he was doing in the train, I'd fly over also, and let me check for the box first, and I'd use detect magic. Wait, mark it off. Yes,
Okay.
I picked the detect magic.
Yeah.
Does it
So
ping for anything?
the material itself is a partly magical metal.
Hmm.
You don't know the material is there's some magic in how it's made. There's something magical in the mechanism of the chest, and inside there are a couple of magic items and some divine magics.
So basically, it's a shining sun of magic.
Yeah.
Lee.
I'm not sure, Dante. You can pry it open with just strength. It's basically ushering
Is that
magic.
a challenge?
Well, you can take it as one, but I'm not. I'm not the one healing you after that. It's
Mhm.
just go ahead.
Dante's gonna rage. Dante's gonna
And at
rage.
the same time, Brian just flies 30 feet.
It's like
No,
you're saying
no,
this is, I have to fight the box to open it.
no,
Literally.
Is the
no.
box
You,
worthy?
you know the meme about the English pugilist, like boxing
Yeah,
gloves. You mean bitch mittens?
that was the hardest persuasion check ever to force someone to open the
Yeah.
box.
So yeah, let's see if this rainbow is gonna be lucky today.
Yep.
But yeah, with advantage, let's start rolling.
Yep.
That's not good. That was a 14. Well, so got a 20.
Okay. You just you open the chest. Just
Mhm.
normally, just like open it.
Wait, did I just? Was it even locked?
No,
No,
Did I just like
but
go
it was heavy.
flying on the
I mean,
other side when I was opening it?
it's pure metal. It was still heavy, so you needed some effort to push it open. But
Yeah,
as you
chances
open
are
it,
Owen couldn't have opened it.
I'm honestly imagining like Dante was putting too much effort on the opening part and just like bouncing
no,
off the ground and flipping on the other side.
Rips off the lid like, whoops.
not too much effort, maximum effort.
Mm,
So Dante, the strong reborn barbarian
Actually,
person,
just
just
for the
pushes
laughs.
the chest open, and
Mm,
when you push the chest open, you hear a small click from the hinges.
yeah, just for the laughs, I added my reborn ability, the memories from past lives to this ability check. So in total, I rolled a 36.
Yeah. So the chest just like flies open, even though the chest lid like it's 2 meters times 1 meter, so it's very thick metal lid. The lid like jumps open, and you can hear a small click from the hinges and roll
Uh-oh.
both Briar and Dante rolled a
No,
dex save.
I roll. I
Yeah, that went far away. I'm the only one next to it.
Yeah, I specifically said I flew
You
like 35
fo-
meters away, 35 yards away.
35
I
feet.
assume danger
feet
sense is
away.
applying again.
Yeah,
It's 35
35
feet.
feet is just enough, just
Yeah,
barely
okay,
enough.
yeah.
16, and that roll was an 18, so that plus dex, which is not that good. That's the total of 19.
So you see a couple of small portals open by the hinges when the
Mhm.
chest is open, and just a gushing bout of lava just like pouring out from a geyser sort of geyser, just enveloping the entire area except the chest with molten lava, and you just barely roll backside, and then you just start running away from the lava, and the lava flows and covers the area and starts cooling very fast.
Mm. For a moment, Dante looks like really panicked running as it goes away from the lava.
Yeah. And you get Briar's face on that. Told you so face.
Briar, the lava just like starts spreading all over the directions. Come just within 5 feet, 5 feet of Briar.
And Briar's also a
Hey,
couple of
I
meters
got it
up
open.
Yeah, it's
high.
yeah, they're high,
Yeah.
but high as a kite.
I got it open, didn't I?
And you get this you know the golf clap.
Let's not speak about this again.
Meanwhile, your prisoner person has started doing this MacGyvering from the train engine, just like throwing pipes and cogwheels and bits and pieces outside, and just starts making some contraption.
Okay.
Using this plastic straw and a stick of gum, I have been able to build us a functioning car.
Yes,
Well,
you suddenly hear in
MacGyvering.
the winds, you
Yeah.
hear this theme about a very wise guy with hair with business in the front, body in the back, from somewhere around the 80s, just like his theme is just blowing around when the guy is just like tinkering away, taking parts of the side armor of the engine and making a platform with its own flying engine, attaching a couple of what's the word, propellers, which
Colors, yeah.
he makes by just like bending metal struts and supports.
so what's in the
And
chest?
Yeah, that's
it's covered by cooled lava stone.
is the inside of the chest also covered in lava now.
It made like a geyser, so there's like a big mountain of
So
or
it's hidden
mound,
inside it.
yeah, over
What you're
the
saying
chest.
is you need someone to punch the lava really hard so that it cracks,
Yes.
so we can get to whatever is
Going!
underneath it.
Going!
In now knowing that there's a molten lava geyser above the golf clap goes even longer.
Although the because the place is what it is, the lava starts cooling immediately.
So I'm still going. I still have my rage going on.
Yep.
It doesn't drop anymore unless I drop it.
Yep.
It lasts a full minute.
Yep.
So let's go rage pummeling. I'm starting to dig the chest out by pummeling this
The
lava glass.
molten. I mean, you do wait for some while until the lava's cool enough.
Okay, then I'm gonna
Yeah,
use
hope.
another rage once
yeah,
that happens.
yeah.
Yeah, I
Yep.
mean, you can go and try and walk over the lava, but it's not gonna be
No,
without.
don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can revive me after.
I mean,
Sort
and
of. I
if you
mean,
have some,
like
yeah,
Oh
I
no,
might be able to like resurrect. I mean,
no, I didn't pick
it's not
revivify.
resurrection. No, yeah. So what I can do is I can basically cast reincarnate, which means you might be reborn as a squirrel. But I mean,
Yeah, no.
you
That's
know,
happens.
Whatever happened, don't ever let that old man revive me. Whatever happens.
I mean, you could resurrect into Goshek, the cat floating in the men's bathroom.
Mm.
All hail
now.
the glow cloud. Yes.
Shall we go with the raging, and shall I roll for attack?
Yeah, or athletics rather. I mean, I started to think about if you have some spells that would cool it off, like tidal wave or something, then
Nope.
you might not need to use your rage, but just
No,
spitballing
he
here.
has to. I was checking
If the-
around
It's
if I...
rage time.
Yeah.
And let's see. First roll, 16, and second roll, 19.
Yeah.
So with
You
athletics, I'll
start
be
punching the
29.
lava rock. The lava rock it's very, very thick and very
I can keep at it all day.
yeah. I know. You take total of 8 points of bludgeoning damage just because the lava rock is so hard.
AKA 4.
16 goes to 16 damage goes to 8.
Oh.
But you punch yourself through the lava rock, and whatever trap it was pointed so that the insides of the chest are like untouched in mint condition. It was just hiding on the lava rock.
Was this the moment of Hulk smash?
Yes.
Pretty much.
Puny god. Bang,
Yeah.
bang, bang.
Unicorn.
Oh,
So inside you find a book with the same holy symbol you saw on the snake. You find a wooden staff with snake with a snake, like a carved snake on its head. It's like a almost 2 meter tall staff with a snake head. And then you find a scimitar with like
I'd like to
with
start
a
with a
laughing, like
religion
a very
check.
long laughing face on its blade. Yeah, religion. Yeah. I mean, you don't need
Just
to
to-
roll religion about the book because it has the same holy symbol, so it's connected to the Cobra God in some way.
In that case, I'm going to tell the other guys what I saw at the beginning. So I'm going to say, listen, this book has the symbol of that snake on it, and the snake, I believe, is friendly. So I think we should take the book to the snake and see what happens. And I take the book, and what was the other thing? You said there was a scimitar and a staff. I'm going to grab the staff and the book, and I'm going to leave the scimitar behind, and I'm going to start walking away. Like I'm going to kind of using both staves to kind of like, Nordic
Land
walk.
skiing.
Yeah, land skiing, yeah.
Oh, you're that old.
So Dante is gonna pick up the sword at first, since he's gonna be the first one nearby it. If it doesn't do anything special, Dante's gonna toss it to
I mean,
our fighter.
You get the feeling that it's magical in some way, but it needs a tuning to unlock its secrets.
It's not
When
a weapon for me.
Briar didn't pick up the random guy we have with us, I didn't. Briar didn't pick up the smiling face, Joker-ish.
Yep.
No, yeah, okay.
While I guess before you toss me the scimitar, and this is just for security reasons, I would like to use second wind before someone throws a dangerous weapon at my face.
Yep.
Which is my level plus a d10.
Mm-hmm.
So I just need to roll a fucking. God, sorry. I need to roll a 5, but I rolled a 4, so I'm missing 1 hit point.
So actually, should I make it an attack roll, tossing a scimitar?
Nah. If you
Would have.
You don't
I
have
mean,
to
I
throw it like
suppose
this.
if you
If you
roll
want to
like
throw
a
it-
1, then that would be a critical fail. So you might
Yeah.
accidentally throw it in his face or
Okay,
something like that.
let's see what happens. I did 20. Let's see what happens. Let's see, is it a 20 or is it a 1? That would be an 8. So no.
No,
You're
it's
fine.
it's it's a little bit dangerous, but you guys are martial. Both of you have gotten martial training. Both of you are able to handle even carelessly thrown weapons, so it's fine.
You stylishly catch the sword, going, "What?"
Oh, and then there's a barrel of like there's a barrel with a nozzle, and you open the nozzle and you smell basically. No, actually, sorry, not a barrel. There's a small steam engine thing that like immediately when someone touches it starts like it activates and starts like tick ting ting like doing the clicking noise that steam engines make, and just uh
Was that
starts
in the box?
functioning. A small steam engine, like, or a clockwork engine, like a meter long and like half a meter wide.
Yep, that's something that Dante will pick up for
Yeah.
sure.
Yep.
Ooh. Well, this
So
is
yeah,
an interesting piece.
Owen takes the book to the Cobra.
Yes.
person.
What's in the book? Like, if I actually look at the book, is it like a holy book dedicated
Yeah, you
to
get
the
the
snake god, or
yeah, you look at it on the way and you get the idea that it's like the Bible, but for that like random Cobra god.
It just has random phrases of shh, shh.
It's written in partial. No, wait.
Yeah.
It's written in snake tongue, so a lot of S's.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
Yeah,
exactly? But yeah,
I'm
so
not the biggest fan of She Who Shall Not Be Named, so I didn't want to make a reference to her work. So
anyway, so we have the.
sorry.
I think the staff has has the snake symbol on it as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Although it's
so-
just a snake, it's not a cobra, and you get the feeling that it's a magical item of some kind.
Can I Arcana it while I walk?
Yeah.
Since you taught me the sword, can I do a quick Arcana check on that while I walk?
10.
Arcana religion, yeah. Arcana or religion.
Oh yeah, definitely Arcana.
10. Not good.
Oh,
10. The snake staff isn't connected to the Cobra God. It's its own magic item, which would need attunement to function in some way.
Okay.
And
And I would like to cast detect magic so I can keep analyzing the aura while I walk.
Yeah. What was Sarani's Arcana roll? 4. Okay, I heard it. It is a divine magic item for something. Divine magic isn't your forte, so it's understandable that you don't know. And it needs attunement to function.
You said that had a giant smile on the side of it?
Yeah, so basically, it's a basic one-handed it can be wielded as with one hand, but the hilt is so long that you can have a two-handed swing. But it's a basic scimitar with just one very distorted, smiling face on both of the sides of the scimitar. And because because all of these are magic items, there's no sign of any sort of entropy whatsoever. No rust, no grime, no nothing.
While walking, is our jail friend with us?
He has his own mechanical, and now when he's banging and making engine tests and things, and like he has a winch when he rolled makes like engine noises and whistles around. You can hear him having his own workshop moment.
Did Dante sense that the weapon was divine type? Dante is a zealot barbarian after all.
Roll me a religion check.
Yoinks, this isn't gonna go well. Well, that's actually that's a 17 plus what? What was my my religion is 0, so it's a 17.
You sense that the scimitar is. I'm just because the place is very very devoid of anything divine. The scimitar kind of sticks out in its positive magics compared to the nothingness that is this place.
Should I take a closer look at that scimitar?
If you want to, but maybe keep it away from our engineering happy friend.
Oh, definitely.
Because what's the problem? He's a dwarf and he digs a hole. No. Detect magic on the book and the staff. So the staff is transmutation magic, and you
Okay.
get the idea that if you attune to it, you can. It tells you probably a command word or something, and then you can transform it into something. And the book is purely divine magic. You get the idea that there's like spells and rituals and maybe some summoning words for the whatever the cobra god is. But now because you speak primordial, I believe.
Actually,
Or
I don't think I do.
I can't remember. I gave you one of your characters. I gave primordial as a language.
Yeah,
Yes, I do. I'm closing a window because it's raining really heavily outside.
Okay.
Oh my.
Brian knows primordial.
Yeah.
A pixie, the most primordial being.
Oh, actually, I know a lot of languages. I know primordial, elvish, sylvan, and common.
Yeah. Owen would recognize written primordial because they have seen it, but you don't read it. So there's like basically there's a glyph on the front that probably tells the god's name, but it's in primordial. And then there's a lot of like page upon page upon page of something that seems like rituals and or prayers and or hymns maybe. But because you see the symbol of the same symbol on many of the pages, you get the feeling that this book is made to the Cobra God thing.
How long did our tuning take again?
A short rest.
I guess if Dante has a time here, once getting back to the skeleton, Dante's gonna try and attune to the blade.
I'm gonna attune to the staff, and if we all gather back at the skeleton, then I'm also going to. I'm just gonna give the book to Briar and look at him and go like, "You speak this whatever this language is, right?"
Yes, primordial. Yeah. You don't?
Excellent. Read it for me, please.
You want a bedtime story?
Well, I was hoping to understand to understand what's happening in this book and whether it can be used to restore our little skeleton friend over here. Not you, I say, pointing pointing at our barbarian and like the bigger one over there. That one, because he was trying to help us, or she. Apologies. Of course, we don't know if it's a male or female snake.
Yeah.
Do snakes even have gender?
I use
That's the druid.
I use if the DM allows it, then I druid craft in a fey way because Briar is small and the book is probably the same size as me. I'm just gonna float the book next to me.
Yeah, you make like a sort of almost cactus style vine grow to the earth, so you get a book stand,
Yeah.
and then you like Owen's theory about it being a holy book for the snake god, which you like the glyph on the front tells the god's name being Adum, and yeah, it's filled with prayers and like legends about Adum, the cobra god.
Okay.
Don't say it's a world ender.
No, I
No,
just keep reading the book.
the shadow snake, actually, shadow
Okay.
cobra.
Just keep reading the book, and it tells a really nice story of a young girl visiting. No, it's actually going to a house, but no one's there. Oh, and then there's bears coming in. Oh, this is bad. And they're eating porridge? That's weird. Bears eating porridge? In our forest, no one ate porridge. Just mumble because nothing, I assume, nothing significant of our interest pops up except just prayers to the snake god.
Yeah, prayers and legends
Yeah,
and
so
myths
I just
and
give Owen,
summoning.
I give Owen a really, really long story of what is it called?
Goldilocks.
Well,
Goldilocks and the
Goldilocks.
three.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Goldilocks and the Three Bears. Did we gather around the skeleton of the
Yeah.
snake?
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
Huh.
Hmm.
So we.
I'm not sure does the snake appreciate what you're doing, but
But I mean, I want to get out of here. I need to get back to my wood, to my goddess, back to the woods.
My guess is we would be able to get out of here perhaps if we prayed to the snake, but
But
I'm not sure how we can get the snake any porridge, or if we need 3 bears. I think I'm the only one of us who can actually turn into a bear. So where can we find 2 more druids
don't
then?
but
start multiplying. Don't.
I could turn your hair into gold, and I use Druidcraft to turn Owen's hair into gold. Gold. Like you could be the girl.
Just the hair, not the beard.
Yeah,
The beard
just the hair.
And maybe it's not really bear's bear, but it just has something to be look like a bear. So if we build a bear out of bones, we might be covered.
Yes, and Dante is big enough to play 1.5. You're big enough to play 1.5, so that's basically 3 bears.
Guys.
We broke it.
The last
Okay, I
woman
need
is
to get
one
a
and a
bear
half. bear.
costume.
This is really just fade logic for you. Like a large woman is 1.5 bear, of
Yeah,
course.
Hey,
yeah,
Yes.
you can
that
increase your size. You can double in size, so you can make all 3 bears at once.
yeah that joke. Sorry for breaking out. That joke became a little unbearable for me.
Mm.
Yeah. 3 bears in a trench coat.
Yep.
Oh boy.
But as for the real, like getting out of here, we haven't looked around anymore than the surrounding areas. And I don't know, is there someone else in here or a way to get out? Does our mechanic friend know anything?
Yeah, so you could look around and you find behind the bigger ruins on the sides, you find a very steep, almost glass-like wall to the upper whatevers that one could maybe climb, but it's very steep, very hard to climb. And you go ask your prisoner friend who has, because he was tied to an old circus wagon, and there's other pieces of the circus wagon. He has found some very rotten looking cloth and MacGyvered himself a sewing kit. So at the same time he's creating the mechanical whatchamacallit, he has sewn himself a vest of a very old-looking purple cloth, a long vest, and made like a
Oh no.
needle and thread of bone and the prisoner cloth he was wearing, and
So
he
I'm
looks
having bad flashbacks here.
truly a
he's
MacGyver.
looking more happier now that he's closed a little bit better, and he tells you that he's building a mechanical rig or a platform. He just needs something to power it up with. So it's like this platform with an engine rig and propeller. So it's a very ramshackle looking uh, helicopter pad thing. And he says that he will get it work if he gets a power source.
Well, this
Um,
do. And Dante shows the large engine he took earlier.
Oh shoot! He looks at the whirling mechanical like clockwork engine. And he's like, I was thinking more about making fire pit below, but actually this is much better. I don't know. This is very impressive. I'm happy that that your kind of people could give birth to such a beautiful baby. Sorry, just kidding. I adore you guys because you saved me. And
uh,
before he was very weak and very um, exhausted and such, but now you get like he's gathered himself and got some clothes on him, and now you get the idea that he's very charismatic and by a little bit sly. He's still exhausted and bony as for like AF as foretold, but still like he's getting better.
You wouldn't happen to know anything about the snake over there?
Uh, and he just takes a couple of healthy leaps up to one of the uh, higher engine parts and looks. And it's like, oh, the big cover thing.
Yes.
It
That's the
looks,
thing.
yeah, it looks like a very big elemental or god or something. That ain't no natural thing, unless it's from like the Shadowfell or something. Then it might be an undead
Do
thing, but
you happen to know the language of the primordials?
I know bits and pieces of. It's
Grab the
Well,
book and I ask. I go. Can you elaborate a little bit on this story of three bears and a girl with golden hair to see if we can
oh, I
figure
need
out a
to
ritual
read
to?
something. Yeah, of course. I can read anything. He opens the book, says a word. His eyes turn purple, and he looks at the books and starts mumbling in primordial when he's just like scanning the book and it's like, once upon a meter to derail wondered we can read over many a curious book and just like yeah, reads a couple of pages. Yeah, this straightforward, just like a couple of prayers and some holy words about returning the uh, this shadow snake demigod thing, which I think belongs to the god of trickery, but I'm not sure.
Oh, it's a servant of a god.
Yeah, technically, I mean, the technical translation to this language is kind of demigod, but servant is decent because well, everyone who believes in gods are servants. So,
could you perhaps bring it back? I actually might want to fight it.
so you have a. I mean, looking at you, I'm not wondering you have a death wish, but
More
You
interested. It
have
was
no
helping
clue
us
how many
earlier,
times
so
I've
I'm
tried.
I'm more interested in getting it back so it can take us home,
we can
wherever
try.
home is.
I mean, I think this is a sort of pocket or a demi plane to the afterlife. So technically we're in the back storage of the gods. Is my theory, but we'll see. He takes the book, slaps it down, and looks at the book. Is like, God, it feels good to carry a book. Wish I could find mine. It's whatever it is. And then he just starts jumping from, like, jumping on the trains from one train, like not big distance, but like 1 meter, 1.5 meter distances, like towards the skeleton snake.
Mhm.
And when he's jumping, gets to flat ground, he opens the book and starts chanting in primordial. And Briar recognizes the words he just read from the book.
Yeah.
And
Oh, by the way,
you can hear that he can't speak primordial. He's just
Eating
repeating
out.
what he's reading.
Yeah.
did everybody get the short rest during this time?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we can
Okay.
short rest while they do the
Yeah.
summoning. And while
Um,
while they do that, I'm gonna have Owen is gonna sit on the ground while he rests, and he's going to be intently looking at the summoning process, like to just eyes peeled for the impending appearance of the three bears.
I'm
I'm
I'm gonna be using 7 hit dice to get some health back.
Holy shit.
I'm gonna
Mm.
be assisting the MacGyver guy on the summoning.
There's a reasonable point. I could use 7 hit dice as well, because based on what time it is, we're probably close to the point where
Oh, come on. I didn't even get that much from those. Can I
Oh.
still use more?
I'm back to full.
I rolled 3. I'm just gonna use 1 hit die, but because my constitution is high enough, I'm basically just gonna go on full health.
Yep.
Oh yeah, constitution modifier to those. Yeah,
Yes.
I'm back on full health. Never mind.
You don't get if you have some barbarian thing for getting constitution modifier on those dice, then you get it. But I don't think you normally get it.
Are you normal? Well, no mind.
Can't remember.
It doesn't matter. I was missing 1 hit point, so.
Okay then.
That 1 hit point can
health.
be the thing that separates your character from death.
Considering that my character is currently eyeing the snake like, I'm gonna punch that thing when it wakes up.
Sure.
Basically that kind of look.
So yeah, the prisoner, the purple-clad prisoner, and Briar are chanting from the book together. And while Briar made yourself a book stand, and because you have the book stand, you don't need to keep the book open, and he doesn't need to do it either. So you guys are chanting from the book, and the purple-clad prisoner, he's still exhausted, so he's not as big in his movement, but he's still like he's very dramatic and does this sort of hand gestures, like half he's speaking with his voice and half with his hands. And it takes a while.
By the way, the scimitar.
Oh, yeah.
What the scimitar?
Oh, right, because our attunement's done, so I also need to know what the staff does.
No, the staff is a staff of the Python. You can use you speak a command word, throw the staff down, and it becomes a giant constrictor snake under your control. And using a bonus action, you can command it. And on your turn, you can command the snake to do whatever you want. And if it's reduced to 0 hit points, then it returns to the staff. So you have a familiar, kind of, sort of.
Yeah.
And the scimitar is it's you recognize it's a holy weapon for the god Zeldeb, who's the god of wine and partying, basically. You get a vicious mockery at will from the scimitar, and if you hit a creature once per turn, you can make a creature take a spell save DC against Tasha's hideous laughter.
Actually quite fun, but then again.
Spell
So
save DC and Tasha's vicious mockery are charisma based.
Yeah, I know they're charisma based, which I'm on negative terms at the moment. But on the note, though, that does mean that now my insults are magical as well, even though they don't do much damage. Hmm.
Speaking of word
Interesting.
hurts more than
Wait a minute.
fists.
What about can a barbarian? Since barbarian can't cast magic when they rage,
Yeah.
can they still insult someone during raging?
Technically casting a spell, so sorry, but
Yeah,
no.
yeah, I understand. No worries. It's still a fun thing. It's gonna be on the side for now.
Yeah.
But other way is the being reviving since Dante's
Yeah.
getting a bit
You take
eager.
Um,
Like,
but
you takes yeah.
I was just gonna add, this is a question for the DM. Since conjure woodland beings
Mhm.
allows me to summon one fake creature of challenge rating of 2 or two
Yeah.
fake creatures of level 1, so basically I have
Yes.
2 challenge ratings. Would you allow me to
Mhm.
summon one of challenge rating 1 and 2 of half?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. So when we're finishing our summoning, at the same time I'll use my 4th level spell slot to use Conjure Woodland Beings to summon one brown bear and 2 black bears to basically just run out of the pit and run right past Owen and into the ether.
I know this is just a one shot and it doesn't matter, but just because of that, I'll give you a DM inspiration.
yeah, take
A decent
it.
inspiration,
You
which you can use
deserve
at
it.
any time.
Take it.
Like, see, now the question is that when you conjure a bear like that, is it because you pull it from somewhere in reality and place it in front of you, and then you just release it into this damned place for it to just walk into the endless void, or is it like an arcane construction
No, it's
that's gonna?
I can release them to just
Yeah.
disappear again.
Wait, which one of us had the blonde hair again?
That would be me
Oh,
now.
Owen had the blonde hair. That's why
Owen,
they ran.
Owen has the blonde
Yeah, they
hair.
ran to Owen and like a meter before they would collide to Owen, they just turn and run into the.
Old man
Uh,
sitting in a tuning.
Yeah,
we just need the porridge anymore.
yeah.
Yep. And
Who has rations with them?
No
you all
one.
have um,
Porridge time.
Suppose
yeah,
thaumaturgy could create a small bowl of porridge.
minor.
Minor
You wish
illusion
you had
would.
minor illusion, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
But anyways, you get the chanting complete. It took like an hour, and you see the dust and the scales from the pit rising up and covering the creature like a reverse drying process. That just like this, the dust settles around the bones, and then the scales set around the bones, and the creature, the uh, giant cobra creature, is still this colorless beige and looks very frail, but its eyes starts glowing with this sort of regal blue. Actually, one eye is regal blue and one eye is regal purple, and it turns his head like first rattle his head a little bit, and it turns and realizes, I was hoping that you would take the deal which I couldn't tell you about, but I am very happy that you returned me into my form, which was stolen. I thank you, mortals. What do you wish in return?
Um.
Well, I
Fight.
mean, it'd be nice to go home.
Mm.
Basically, yeah.
Dante's just going, fight.
We will fight, but not in this place, because it would not be fair.
Agreed. Agreed on that.
Your your prisoners like, how Mr. Adum, when we leave, could you take my? I was creating a mechanical thingamajig to fly us away here, but now that we got you away, get my uh, flying thing and then us and then Scout out of here. That's my wish. Agreed.
Here we go.
So
And
back to the woods. Yay.
I will return you to what is now known as Lumainvoir. Lumainvoir. I'm not sure where on the island I can return you to, because my powers are very depleted, but I will return you to those lands unless you choose otherwise, because a choice will be given to you.
Okay.
And then the giant snake just lays down and tells you to climb on its hood.
Um, I'll just fly up.
Oh,
Yeah.
of course.
Mhm.
And you
I
jump on its. Oh, sorry. Yeah,
I try to jump on it.
yeah,
It was not trying, but again,
yeah.
Uh,
Just
uh,
you.
I'm gonna use my staff to have the staff turn into a huge constrictor snake so
Mhm.
that I'm standing on top of the huge constrictor snake's head so that I can use the constrictor snake to as a support to climb on top of the even bigger
No,
god snake, and then I call the staff back to me.
There was actually one Disney film where a snake formed ladders. Was it in
Mm.
like Jungle Book or something?
I think so. Yeah.
Something like
could
that.
be
I think.
Yes, yes, it
Jungle Book.
was. It
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
Jungle
Yeah.
Book. Yep.
If anyone in your chat
Mhm.
remembers, just help me out. But
So
yeah,
yeah.
the snake helps you and then coils around you in a protective coil,
Mhm.
and you climb on the hood of Adum, and then it like slithers to the place where your prisoner tells it to tells there's the mechanical thing, and the snake just uses his tail to like pull the mechanical thing into the on its hood, and then it basically starts slithering in a vertical direction, keeping its hood so that you guys have an even surface, but like rising up. And when its tail meets the end of the, basically it just flies away.
Hmm.
And it's been speaking telepathically so far, and it tells Briar to keep close because I can have the protective bubble close to my body. But when we transcend the dimensions, do not stray far because I cannot guarantee where you will end.
Briar would actually, in a very long time, like Briar doesn't walk at all. And it's very rare that he lands on anything. So basically, when he lands, he just goes sitting in a toddler position, like in a very real, like legs straight forward, and in a very weird position, like okay.
And you can hit. Yeah, sorry.
I would like to. Sarani would like to try to talk to the snake.
Yeah.
And ask it. Well, we have tried in many ways to figure out where this plane that you're taking us from was. Can you clarify where it actually was? Where were we?
This is a this is a side dimension of the afterlife. This is where dangerous things are either hidden or sent to because they are kept. Someone wants to keep them away from the world, away from reincarnation or other ways of returning.
Does this mean that when we reach the land of the living, we will reincarnate like we used to?
It means that
Think.
if you would have died there, you that would have been final. You would not have returned ever.
Then one last
Oh.
question. Who is our friend, this man we freed? He has smile to him.
Ah, the you ask it out loud, and
I again, like, this entire conversation is just premised as clever as Sarani is. She tries to think it because a bit telepathically, so she tries to think back at the snake.
oh yeah, that works. Yeah, well done, well done. Oh shoot, I want to show
Concentrating.
you guys a mini, but I don't have it, so whatever. Yeah, Sarani thinks the thing, and now that the connection is established,
Mm.
the snake answers you. I do not recognize that body or that individual, but I recognize that bloodline. They have been problematic to mortals in before because they are very hungry for power and very paranoid. And they have their own style of doing their magics. A twisted sense of humor, one might say.
Yep, that's the hello.
And meanwhile, the the prisoner guy has just looked around and is like very uh, he seems to be taking in the experience of flying on a giant demigod snake over the lines of the dimensions, and he's just like every sense is just like he drinks it all in because it's an experience that very 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 few people will ever experience.
Mm.
And you get to the clouds. Oh, the snake tells you that the bloodline's name is Sageham,
Ancient.
and then you hit the clouds, and you get this weird tingling sensation both in your body and your soul. Everything smells differently in all four dimensions, and like magic feels a little like magic turns and shifts around you, and you reach the top of the clouds and almost get through like you pass through solid ground into this darkened shadowy space with a white desert everywhere with white trees and uh, two um, moons in a very darkened sky. You rise over through the ground next to a fire, next to an fireplace, a big fireplace, but still fireplace. On the other side, there's a raven just sitting beside the fire and just like looking at you guys with very intense eyes. And the snake opens its mouth and it's like, as I told you, we have been waited upon. He gets through the ground and then coils around and like bow, like almost bows to the small like raven. Like ravens aren't big creatures, and this ginormous like cobra creature the size of a small house just bows to the raven. And in because he bows, he can let you guys can jump down if you want.
We just slip down.
If you want, you don't have to.
Yeah, I fly off.
Yeah, it's a good chance to slide down. No way is Owen jumping.
Leap of faith.
From 2 feet, leap of faith. And the crackling of bones.
Yeah,
Snap of a cane.
Yeah. You jump down to next to the fireplace. It's like very dark everywhere around you guys, even though there's the two moons make very sinister shadows, and there's a city in the distance with like small lights of fire. And the raven looks at you guys and then shifts into a very skinny human man with a long dark cloak with metal buttons, with a metal double breasted long cloak and a long pointy a long stovepipe hat, a monocle, and a long walking cane. And the guy you were riding with, the prisoner, is like, he's immediately 100% terrified, and he's like, nope, and starts running into the darkness.
Do we know who this guy is?
You've heard myths and legends about who would look like this, and if I mean, you can feel the palpable aura of divinity coming from him, and that appearance combined to that aura, it's probably Caraxus, the god of death.
No wonder that one went away.
I would. Let me just quickly check. Can I use grasping vine to grapple someone?
I think that's
Uh,
literally what it's for, isn't it?
No,
it's
that's in
it's
tanking roots, maybe.
it's used to pull people.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Or-
it
Yeah,
yeah,
but
it
it's
pulls
basically you can direct it to lash out at a creature within 30 feet of you, and if they fail the dex save, that'll pull towards the vine. So
Yeah.
technically, it temporarily grapples them so that it pulls them.
people.
20
Okay.
Yeah,
feet.
Well,
basically,
I'm gonna use grasping vines to grapple the MacGyver guy,
Yeah,
and
Okay.
in a scorpion style. Like, get over here.
Get over here.
Yeah.
And because even though he dashed away, but because you have flying speed and the range of the spell, I'll allow it. So dexterity save.
Yes, and it's against what's my DC? It's
That's a 10. It doesn't matter what
Yes,
it's.
mine was 16. So
Yep.
Yep.
You can hear this sort of surprised shriek when the guy falls down and is pulled by the vine.
yeah.
Um, I slam
Don't make
my
him.
I slam my axe into the ground. You hear again this metal cling noise as it feels like the ground kind of gives away for a second, and our MacGyver man, he is surrounded by dust and sand and wind, and he needs to make a saving throw of where I have it here. He needs to make a wisdom saving throw.
That's 21.
Yeah, he saves.
Does the fellow come within 20 feet or so?
He dashed away, so he's 6 feet from you.
If he dashed away and the grasping vine pulls him.
No, then he's 45.
The grasping vine pulls 20 feet, I believe.
20 feet, so 40 feet
40,
away from
yeah.
you guys.
Okay, that is enough. So Dante's just gonna go like, hold a minute, and then turns around, walks a bit, and activates the Eldritch Maul ability, and tosses like out of the wrist area or below the sleeve, chains with hooks come out and try to grapple the a running fellow.
Yep.
So yeah, it's gonna be an athletics check.
Yep.
Okay, so that's against 28.
That's a 10.
Yeah,
Oh, the
Yeah,
tattoos
you're
turn
coming
into
back.
this grasping chained chains, and the guy is just grappled, and
Yeah.
like you can pull him towards you,
Yeah.
and his strength is 8, so he's not gonna win the check. So you
Against
can just
strength 20,
if you
yeah, good luck.
basically he's caught by you. Period. What you want to do with him?
Basically, just bring him into a hug and just keep it like this in arms while bring it back to Coraxus.
The guy is freaking terrified and panicked and says, dude, just let me go. I'll make it worth your while. I have contacts, I have money, I have magical powers. I can get you minions. I can get you people you want to
I
fight against.
don't
Just,
care.
dude, we can do some like I have enough resources in the world to make it worth your while. Just let me go. I'll
I'm
remember
gonna
your name.
fight you in a moment if you don't shush.
He doesn't shush. He's panicking out of his mind. He's pleading. He's bargaining. He's telling about men and women who and anything in between of different races, which you can fight, which you can do whatever with. There's very violent things. There's very violent suggestions. There's very perverse suggestions. There's
Yeah,
anything in between. He just
not
the only
gonna
thing
help.
is like he does. I mean, if half of what he says is true, he does have a lot of money, a lot of magic, but not with him.
Yeah, but
Hmm.
Dante does not care.
Yeah, these are
Why?
we're the wrong people to try to bribe. Like
Yeah,
we don't care.
Yeah.
Like all of us are basically like almost unbribable. Like
Yeah.
What do you want? What do you give something that has nothing? You bring him back to the fire, to the edge of the fire's lighting area.
Mhm.
The man in the tall cloak, the tall dark cloak and tall hat doesn't move. He just bangs his. He has a walking cane of dark wood with a silvery head in silver decoration, both heads, like the ball and then like a normal any the other. He bangs the staff down. The guy in Dante's lap just immediately knocked out. Just he goes he's like goes limp, and then you hear a soft snoring.
Oh,
Now
sleeping.
then,
Makes it easier.
I thank you for bringing that thing back. We have unfinished business, especially when I tried to give him a chance to repent for his deeds. When as clearly shown he does not want to repent, I need to do something else. Adu, you are dismissed. Do give thanks to the missus. The Cobra nods. Blessings to you, sir, and just um, basically like wriggles away, and you can see him does the sort of diving motion, and there's a soft purple portal, and Adum does diving motion, and once just before he gets to the portal, he looks at you guys. I will not forget this. Blessings, and we will meet again.
We still need to
Then
fight.
I will promise that we will fight, but not in here, not in front of him.
Agreed.
Come to our temple, and we will settle the matter. Then he dives to the portal and is gone.
There's gonna be a mock battle with the demigod.
Coraxus looks at each and every one of you. His monocle flashes in the firelight 4 times. So, I have heard great deeds of you for. You have 2 options. You can join me in the city of the gods. You can follow how the world will continue on, and we will not meddle with it unless absolutely necessary. Or you can return to the world, taking what memories you will try and have of this event, and then continue from where you left off.
We're in the cycle for a reason. I'm going back into the world.
I need to go back to the woods.
I mean,
So,
Yes.
Ragnar?
just because the still weather doesn't mean the wind stops blowing everywhere. Everyone needs a companion on the road, right?
Some say that I am their constant companion, but that's more of a philosophical thing that I am not interested in at the moment. And you, Dante?
As said, I have my task to do. It's a never-ending one like me.
I do appreciate your work because it makes me and mine work easier. It is settled. We are, as gods, we are obliged to give specific strong mortals the option to rise to our champions, transcend the transcend the world and become something more. I have given you the option. You have made your choice. Good hunting to you, and we will meet again at the crossroads. He snaps his finger, and then you guys awake in the normal world, in like Briar wakes in the forest from his sleeping pod inside a flower or something. Sarani wakes in literally a crossroads, close to a village where there's a battle going on. Some raiders have attacked it. Dante wakes close to a city where people are. You get the feeling that they are like fat and hedonistic and relaxed because we're so powerful. No one wants to fight us. And Owen wakes up closer to the Vivas Great Forest. He had a nice nap, and then he goes on his way. Yes.
Well, talk about a perfect ending.
Yes, that was a very good ending.
Oh yeah, perfect.
Awesome.
That was
Good.
fun.
Yeah.
That was a good session.
Thanks for players for joining us, especially Sarani. Thanks for joining us like with a 45-minute warning. That was awesome.
Thanks for letting me join. It was really fun.
Yeah.
Hopefully you players had fun, especially hopefully the viewers had fun. And if you're watching this later on our YouTube channel or on Twitch, any feedback is like I usually don't pull one shots because I'm very bad at them. Like Dante's player knows that my one shots go into campaigns like literally every time.
Usually they do.
Yeah,
Which are fun, honestly.
Primo Mercs went into a campaign. Exalted went into a campaign. That's actually the two examples I have.
Technically,
and
the
even this
Ravnica
one,
campaign.
Yeah,
That one didn't go into a campaign exactly, but my character still continue from that.
Yeah.
And it seems also the handy-dandy fellow that we just freed continue from that.
Yeah. I mean, Sageham has been a very... He was made in Desukon 2012, I believe, and he's continued on in different games. And I could... Maybe I'll have a character ramble on our Twitch at some point, so look on towards that. And send us any questions on Facebook or on our Twitter. Both of the handles can be found in the comments of this video. And thanks players, thanks watchers.
Thank you.
Have a nice Ropecon if you're doing Ropecon stuff, and if you're not, just have a nice weekend.
All right, thank you.
Our normal streams will continue next week. We will have a stream every Thursday on our normal lower level D&D, so look on towards to that. So stay safe, stay vigilant, may the dice ever roll in your favor, and now see you all.
See ya.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.